Chapter 168. You? Pisces swallowed her anger and regained her calm. Are you sure that's the decision you want to make? I know that you are very powerful, but this is a matter of life and death for us all. Do you understand this? Lionel could already sense several hostile gazes aimed toward him. The only ones who didn't seem to have this reaction were Seer and Precious Moment, along with Roaring Black Lion, Thunderous Clap, and, surprisingly, King of Seas. It seemed the last took quite a bit of pleasure in Lionel rejecting Pisces. Of course, there was also Flowing Wind, who seemed excited by this turn of events. Only now would she be able to watch the best show. Calming Wind furrowed her brows, looking toward Lionel with disappointment. Lionel shook his head. These people really wanted to fight him? He had to admit, he really couldn't beat them all. This space was too restricted, for one. And secondly, his body still hadn't recovered from making sure they all got here safely, ironically. Of course, if he wanted to run, he didn't think that any of them had the speed to keep up with him, but without the map of the tunnels, there was no telling whether or not he would run into a dead end before he escaped. Of course, he had already memorized the path they took to get here, but that led outside. What was he going to do? Run back to those beast legions? Who knew what kind of wild nonsense was happening out there right now? Ultimately, he really didn't have the ability to deal with all of them. Though he was disappointed in what was happening, he could understand where they all were coming from. Those from the Southern Lookout still had a somewhat jaded opinion of him. It was only due to his recent actions that those ill feelings began to turn around somewhat. However, humans were creatures who often fell victim to groupthink and confirmation bias. Whatever good impression they had of Lionel was easily overridden by his actions now. To an outside observer, his actions did indeed seem selfish. As from one perspective, Lionel didn't have to give his things to others if he didn't feel like it. But this time, this matter involved all of their lives. How could they just sit idly by? Indomitable, don't be so shameless. This isn't about you. Ruptured Artery, who already hated Lionel to the core to begin with, couldn't help but to stand out at this moment. The rowdiness of the group of youths seemed to only grow with each passing moment. Pisces didn't even have to say a word, and Minnie had already defended her position for her. That's enough. This doesn't need to devolve to violence. Calming Wind finally stood from her seated position, walking toward Lionel. Indomitable, please think of the overall situation. Is it really appropriate for you to act in this way? Lionel was starting to feel a bit annoyed. After all, he was human. As much as he wanted to be understanding, he had limited patience as well. But still, since he knew their intentions weren't overly sinister, he kept whatever bubbling dissatisfaction he had down. Instead of exploding with anger, he flipped a palm, allowing a familiar silver disc to appear. Scan her ability, Lionel said calmly. Ping. Generating nomenclature. Evolution stage. Tier 6 black. Evolution type. Elemental evolution. Water sense, water manipulation, water sense. Greater affinity for water elemental force. 50% boost in comprehension and power in using water-based force techniques. Water manipulation. Control over the water element. Pisces widened her eyes. Even the Slayer Legion Lookout hadn't been capable of giving such sharp analysis of her ability. What was going on? And, more importantly, what was Lionel's purpose? What is the likelihood she would gain the water metamorphosis ability upon absorbing the koi fish's beast crystal? Ping. Replying to Seed. Father Overlord did not program this function into the dictionary. Once you are skilled enough, it will be possible to upgrade the dictionary. Pisces, whose heart had constricted, sighed a breath of relief. Her smile bloomed once more as she felt Lionel's display had failed. What would he do now that his little trick was going nowhere? Lionel, seemingly having expected this, though, didn't show much of a reaction. What are the chances of mutating an ability upon the ingestion of a beast crystal? It seemed that the dictionary wasn't able to perform ultra-specific tasks. Lionel had a feeling that his father purposely created it this way. Like this, he would be able to gain supplementary knowledge without relying on the dictionary to do every and anything for him. Ping. Replying to Seed, without a crystal absorption technique, the likelihood is 1 in 10,000. With a crystal absorption technique, the odds are closer to 1 in 10. Pisces' expression, which had just regained some color, paled once again. She definitely didn't have such a technique, or else she definitely wouldn't have reacted this way. But after a moment, she recovered again. I get it. You've proved your point, Pisces said calmly. But compared to you who has a 0% chance, my odds are still better. Those who had begun to falter after hearing the odds steeled their hearts. Pisces was right. A 1% and a 1% chance was still better than a 0% chance. Lionel pretended as though he hadn't heard Pisces. What are the chances a force crafter has in extracting a specific ability from a beast crystal? Ping. A force crafter with a crystal spirit familiar has a 100% chance. All other force crafters have a percentage chance depending on their skill and their strength in comparison to the beast the crystal was taken from. We're the lowest odds. Ping. Replying to Seed. About 10 to 20% as long as the beast crystal shares its dimensional grade with the force crafter. If trying to extract an ability from a higher dimensional creature, 0%. Am I a force crafter? Ping S. What are my odds of success? Ping S. Taking Seed's ability into consideration, Seed has a 78% chance of success. And if I awakened my metal synergy lineage factor, Ping, that would allow Seed to take greater advantage of the senses of Seed's metal spirit, which would boost the chance of sensing the ability in question. In this case, it will be about 92%. The more Lionel spoke, the paler Pisces became. It was as though she could see the beast crystal she thought of in her dreams slipping away. Chapter 169. Lionel was pleasantly surprised that the dictionary was able to give him the odds he needed. He was prepared for it to be unable to do so, just like it wasn't able to read Pisces' specific odds. But if he thought about it, it made a bit of sense. The dictionary his father left him had two major purposes. The first was to inform him about things he was ignorant of, and the second was to guide his force crafting. It made sense that it was unable to use its scanning ability for tasks unrelated to force crafting, but could when the topic at hand was crafting itself. Since it's like this, it's a bit more acceptable. Lionel nodded to himself. I think a 78% chance is better than a 0.001% chance, right? Lionel asked. Pisces gritted her teeth, but she really had no response. Force crafting? This was already an incredibly rare profession to begin with. For those of Earth who had just taken their first step toward evolution, the rarity was even more exaggerated. The force crafters of Earth could be slotted into two categories. Either they were curious scientists who held positions as researchers even before the metamorphosis descended, or they were among the very few who awakened force crafting-related abilities. This was all to say that this profession wasn't prevalent in their minds. They could have never imagined that someone with combat effectiveness as high as Lionel would also be a force crafter. In fact, there were many of them who still didn't know what a force crafter even was. I hope you all see now that I wasn't trying to be selfish. I really am our best chance. If there's anyone else with a higher probability, I really wouldn't mind handing the beast crystal over. Lionel wasn't saying this just to say it. He really did see the point of view of the youths around him. Their ask of him might have seemed unfair from one perspective, but it was also not overboard either. In addition, even if he had to give the koi fish's beast crystal over, he could still bet on himself by trying to complete a similar treasure using the Bear King's beast crystal. The only reason he had set it aside for now was because the Bear King's body was contaminated. At this point, Calming Wind felt a bit embarrassed. She had gone from, albeit somewhat reluctantly, meeting Lionel's gaze, to now wanting to find a place to hide herself as quickly as possible. Bowing her head slightly, she apologized sincerely. I'm sorry. She didn't say anything else as she retreated, causing Lionel to have a better impression of her. It seemed that the youths from the Southern Lookout really weren't bad. It's not a big deal. I didn't take any of it personally, Lionel replied, causing many to sigh a breath of relief. The gritting of Pisces' teeth was practically audible. She had been so close, all for it to come crumbling down. How can we take your treasure's words seriously? How do we know you didn't make it say that? The moment she spoke these words, she instantly regretted it. Her hatred had clouded her vision, causing her to say something stupid. At that point, it wasn't just Lionel who looked toward her with a weird gaze. If she didn't trust the dictionary so much, why did she use its words as an excuse before when she thought getting the beast crystal was possible? It seemed more than a little selfish to say something like this now. Forget it, do whatever you want. Pisces was unwilling to hear the response she was sure she'd receive, so she cut her losses quickly, retreating to her previous sitting position. Lionel sighed when he saw the animosity in her eyes. Everything had been so much easier before the metamorphosis. I still need some time to finish the craft. A few days to find the materials I need, and another few days to blueprint everything. In at most a week, it should be completed. The youths nodded toward Lionel's words, but they were still feeling a bit anxious. It had only been 2 days since they entered this cave, but there were already many problems to face. Many of them wanted to wash themselves, but had no place to do so. Compounding with that, there was no place for them to release themselves. So many had to travel out of the cave to find uninhabited corners to release their bowels. It was the kind of situation that most definitely couldn't last for very long. Luckily, many of them had come with abode-type treasures. After all, they knew comfort would be a luxury on the hunt. It was thanks to this that things were somewhat better. But the reserves of water and food would be quickly eaten into. Seeing this, Lionel knew he had to settle their hearts. So, without hesitation, he took out 3 large beast corpses. Those of you with fire abilities, help the others separate out and cook this meat. Don't worry, I have enough meat to last us a few months. As for water, Lionel turned a gaze toward Pisces. I hope that Pisces will help us out with this. With the density of force in the air and the help of your ability, I'm sure that condensing large amounts of water from the air shouldn't be a problem, right? Pisces' eyes flashed with a clever glint, but in the next moment, she poured a bucket of cold water over her own schemes. The same way she could use public opinion to sway Lionel, Lionel could do the same to her as well. In fact, it was even more effective on her since Lionel was so much stronger than she was. If she really tried to withhold water from these youths, her ending wouldn't be very good. In the end, she could only nod. As Lionel smiled brightly, taking off his mask. The youths were stunned by this, not thinking he would do such a thing. So handsome. Flowing winds, eyes lit up as though she wanted to eat Lionel up from where he stood. You can all call me Lionel. We're all in this together. Lionel said lightly, I'm not here to lead you all, nor will I make you do anything you don't want to do. As long as we stick together, getting out won't be a problem. I promise. Tisich, you pretty playboy. Roaring Black Lion said. Don't you know saying such flowery words only makes them want to follow you more? His sudden comment made many look at one another and burst into laughter. It felt like a weight that had been on everyone's shoulders suddenly dissipated. Chapter 170. After settling everything, Lionel stepped out from the cave, numerous eyes on his back as he vanished into the darkness. Watching his receding figure, King of Seas couldn't help but laugh. It seemed he got a kick out of seeing Pisces eating shit. All the anger he had had in the past day vanished into thin air, leaving him feeling comfortable. It can only be said that humans were indeed weird creatures. King of Seas had gone from hating Lionel's guts to supporting him in the span of a day. As for Pisces, she could only hatefully glare in Lionel's direction, but there was nothing she could do. Just like the logic had once been on her side, it was now on his. As if that wasn't bad enough, she didn't expect Lionel to have so much charisma. Lionel leisurely strolled through the dark tunnels. Though he was still feeling the pain of his injuries, and there was a severe lack of light in his surroundings, he was quite comfortable now. This might be a better opportunity than I originally gave it credit for. Lionel smiled, so widely his eyes squinted. The reason Lionel was so happy was because when he asked the dictionary to scan the surroundings for veins, the results had been far beyond his expectations. The hive was practically a treasure trove. Though the force eruption was only now occurring, it could be said that this force crystal mine had been maturing for a long time already. As a result, This was the best environment Earth had for the creation of fourth-dimensional minerals. Not only was the presence of pseudo-fourth-dimensional minerals incredibly high, but there were even some veins that had already manifested true fourth-dimensional minerals. As it could be said that Earth's progress in metallurgy was far beyond that of many worlds of their stature. However, the fundamental truth was that these alloys were still fragile in the face of force. This was why Lionel had to fuse herb or into the alloys he took from the sniper rifle. If he didn't do this, his pistol crafts would have been even more fragile than they were now. However, if Lionel were to use pseudo and true fourth-dimensional metals in his crafts, he would be able to create higher-grade crafts with less effort. In addition, even though fourth-dimensional metals he was still too weak to refine could be saved for the future. In all likelihood, these metals would be very valuable even in true fourth-dimensional worlds. But now, Lionel practically had them all to himself. Thanks to the dictionary, he could easily find them through the thick walls. And, with the help of little Tali, the mining process wouldn't be much of an issue either. Seemingly sensing Lionel's excitement, the little metal spirit coiling around his fingers bubbled with happiness, eager to be of help. Lionel smiled lightly, watching the little guy play around his hands. All right, the first target is the closest, a vein of whispering breeze, or Lionel quickly made his way forward. He ran into several dead ends at first since the dictionary could only point him in the general direction, but he eventually inched closer, memorizing the pathways as he went along. Soon, Lionel had made it to a seemingly ordinary wall of earth. Other than being slightly damp and cold to the touch, there was nothing different about it. But Lionel trusted the dictionary. All right, little guy, let's start. Little Tali split into numerous little silver balls, bouncing around Lionel's hands with excitement before it coated the ladder's palms. Lionel pressed his hands into the wall, entering spirit unity and using Tolliver's keen senses toward valuable minerals to see the hidden veins. There it is. After sensing it, Lionel began to channel force into his metal spirit. Not much unlike projecting the shape of the part he wanted, Lionel made sure to only carefully carve away the pieces of earth not related to the valuable ore. In truth, little Tali did most of the work. Even without Lionel's support, it was made to melt away and absorb minerals. In fact, it might very well be possible for Lionel to rely on his familiar to carve a path toward the force eruption rather than forging a craft with the koi fish's beast crystal. The only reason he hadn't was because he didn't want to overwork the little guy. Carving out a bit of rock covering a vein was one thing, but digging through hundreds of meters of earth was a complete other thing. Soon, a silvery green metal shone before Lionel. It had quite a resplendent light, as though it was crowned by a halo. Higher dimensional metals always had halos like this. The only exception was black herb Oregon. As long as it was within a world beneath its dimensional grade, it would always shine like this, as though scared others were unaware of its value. The more dimensional grades a metal surpassed its current world by, the grander the halos that covered it would be. Similar logic followed for other natural treasures and even beasts and humans. Whispering Breeze, or it's an excellent wind elemental vessel and known for its sharpness and lightweight. Not bad. It might be useful when I finally get around to making the movement treasure. Lionel would often think of Captain Sella's chariot. Though she was a vile human being, her chariot wasn't at fault. Elemental vessels were a type of ore, just like herb, or which was a great foundational metal, known for its ability to stabilize two opposing minerals that would otherwise not mesh. There were other families of metals as well. Elemental vessels were a family that had an advantage toward containing certain elemental force types. As a wind elemental vessel, Whispering Breeze, or was exceptionally good at containing the wind element. It also got its name due to its high level of stability. It's able to take in a large amount of wind element and make use of it while maintaining quiet and steady operation. This was quite ideal for forging a vehicle. Lionel smiled brightly. For the little guy, chewing through the normal rock around the vein wasn't a problem. It didn't even take half an hour before it was completely exposed. After that, Lionel could practically pull out the whole thing with his bare hands. One down, hopefully many more to go. He'll definitely need to find a good water elemental vessel. If I can find a dual water-earth elemental vessel, I might be able to make the craft even better by integrating the koi fishes and the Bear King's beast crystals. It seemed the saying really was true. There were only benefits to gain in the midst of danger. At any other time, such a large treasury of minerals would have been monopolized by the Empire or the Slayer Legion. But now, as much as Lionel could take, he would take. Chapter 171. Many hours later, one could find Lionel in a familiar position. His hands were pressed flush against a wall as force slowly flowed out from his hands. Though this seemed simple for him, it was actually quite difficult. Since he forewent placing force nodes in his hands, it was a bit more difficult for him in comparison to another to achieve this result. But with how high his spirit was, how could his force control not also be great? Soon, another had manifested. This time, it radiated a dirty gold light. It was quite similar to the fur coat of the Bear King, albeit much less resplendent. Black-tempered vein, or Lionel, smiled happily. Vein ores were another family of metals. They could be considered another ore type that was almost as important as herb ores. However, they were just barely lacking. In truth, the value of vein ores was above herb ores. However, the reason herb ores could be considered a step above in usefulness was because it had an impossibly wide variety of applications. One could use herb ores in practically every force craft imaginable. It was for this reason that the universal currency of the universe were herb coins. However, vein ores were used in particularly intricate creations. They had characteristics very similar to force pathways that linked one's force nodes. When they were used in crafts, they allowed force to flow more freely. That said, this wasn't the most important use of vein ores. Their greatest use was in drawing more permanent force arts. Take, for example, Lionel's pistol craft. He had to draw the force arts directly onto the alloys he fused with his black herb oregon. However, had he liquefied a compatible vein or first and then used it to inscribe the force arts, their power would gain a great boost. In addition, it would greatly strengthen the nozzles as well, allowing them to withstand many more shots. There was a final, more secretive use of vein ores as well. In fact, Lionel wouldn't even be aware of this had it not been for the words of the creator of Dimensional Cleanse. According to the creator, there is a special type of vein ore that could be absorbed. The special energies of this vein ore could be used to strengthen one's force nodes. Though this wouldn't increase the amount of force one could hold, there were many other benefits to this. Firstly, it would be possible to replenish one's force nodes faster. It was necessary for many to artificially cap their consumption of force to avoid damaging one's force nodes. Though force nodes are self-created, they can't be willfully abandoned. This is a law enforced by the universe itself. So, injuries to force nodes needed to be avoided at all costs. Secondly, this would make it easier to compress force nodes in the future when it becomes necessary to cross the boundary of a higher dimensional body. For someone like Lionel, this second point was especially important. Though his force nodes being constructed of 100 cells sounded grandiose, the truth was that this made his future path far more difficult as well. The more force he had, the harder it was to compress, and the more pressure there would be on his body. The third reason was enough for any force cultivator to go wild with greed. Everyone was limited in the number and length of force pathways they could create. Especially in the beginning phases of creating a fourth-dimensional body, many could only connect their force nodes via a single path. But this greatly limited their force-wielding abilities. With the help of a special vein, it was possible to create many more force pathways, allowing one to unlock many force-wielding abilities usually reserved for higher-dimensional warriors. This aside, there is a fourth reason that would greatly benefit Lionel even now. If his force nodes were sturdier, wouldn't it also be much easier to withstand the force eruption? Unfortunately, black-tempered vein wasn't the vein he needed to undergo this process. In addition, According to the author of Dimensional Cleanse, it was best to wait until forming all 9 nodes before undergoing this tempering process. So, no matter how eager Lionel was for this benefit, he could only throw it to the back of his mind. All right, I think I've cleared out all your veins in this section of tunnels. As expected, not all the tunnels are linked. If I want to explore more tunnels, I'll have to leave the hive and enter through another entrance. Lionel was hesitant to do this. He didn't know what the situation was outside. If he left, he would probably expose everyone to danger again. Even if he set everyone else apart, he still needed to worry about himself. After all, he would still need a while longer to recover to his peak. Forget it. I've harvested enough for now and have all the materials I need. Even though I didn't find a dual water-earth elemental vessel, or I did find an earth one. If I combine that with the rushing river vein I found, it would still be possible to combine the 2 beast crystal abilities. Much like elemental vessels, there were different types of vein ores as well. Rushing river vein ores were especially good at inscribing for water elemental force arts. So, if Lionel was careful with his planning, it would be possible to combine the 2 without much issue. Just like before, Lionel took his time to dig the entire vein out. He knew that if he kept the core of the vein intact, it might be possible for the vein to grow more ores for him in the future. Who knows, maybe the segmented cube had this ability as well. Even if it didn't, Lionel would still do this. Just when Lionel was content with his gains and about to return to the cave to get started on the blueprints, his steps suddenly froze. There, on the wall he just extracted the vein from, there were faint cracks. It was incredibly difficult to spot, but there seemed to be a faint light coming from the other side. If it wasn't for the fact most of the hive was so dark, it wouldn't have been so hard for Lionel to spot the cracks, because even if his side was dark, the other side would be flooded with light. This part of the wall is so thin. I can probably pass my internal sight through then to see if it's worth getting little Tolly's help to knock it away. It might not necessarily be a good thing to have a path to another network of tunnels. After having this thought, Lionel snaked his internal sight forward, passing through the gaps to see what was on the other side. But the result left him stunned, speechless. Not only was the other side almost like an entire separate world, what shocked him the most was that there were actually other people there. Not just the fact they were other people, but the fact they were other people with characteristics Lionel was all too familiar with. Red hair, red eyes. The Brazinger Clan. Chapter 172. Lionel was shocked. The very last group of people he could have ever expected to find here was the Brazinger Clan. Wasn't this the personal island of the Slayer Legion? Didn't they monitor it? Were they really so incompetent to allow others to sneak in here so easily? Lionel had already had a hard time taking the Slayer Legion seriously, but it felt as though their every action really only made him look down on them more. After a while, he calmed himself. He realized that he had only reacted like this because of how hard the past few days had been. It seemed that even he needed someone to vent his frustration on. Stay calm. Lionel closed his eyes, steadying his breathing and his heart rate. He had already promised himself to remain calm in all things. It was still hard since he was just an 18-year-old boy, but not everyone was made perfect in a day. In time, he'd temper his disposition. After Lionel steadied himself, he began thinking of what could possibly be happening here. He doubted that the Brazinger clan had come in after them. There was a high probability they had come here first. In that case, could it be the force eruption was predicted by them? Or was it that they wanted to take advantage of the treasury that was this hive? There's another possibility as well. Lionel furrowed his brows. According to old Hutch, things aren't so simple as they seem on the surface. Could it be that these Project Hunt Islands were never the sole property of the Slayer Legion to begin with? When Lionel had this thought, he felt that his whole world had been turned upside down. Hutch seemed to talk like the decision to let the commoners of the Paradise Islands die was a mutual decision. Was the relationship between the rebels and the Empire really so simple? The more Lionel thought about it, the more confused he became. Forget it. Thinking about it myself won't get me anywhere. I'll observe them first. The space on the other side of the cracks really did seem like an entirely different world. It felt as though one had to step inside a spatial crack to reach it, But the truth of the matter was that it was within the hive, just like every place else. Though the space was dark, much like the other network of tunnels, there was a dim halo of light around it. This light didn't come from the sun, but rather the countless plants littered all around. That was right. This space within the hive looked no different than a garden. And the halos of light being emitted from the plants were none other than the halos natural treasures had in the presence of a lower dimensional world. There didn't seem to be any large source of water anywhere within the cave, making their existence baffling. The only hints of liquid were the drippings that fell from the stalactites on the ceiling. Mellow dew stalactites. Lionel trembled slightly. Mellow dew stalactites could form a single drop a day. Each one of these drops were the greatest nourishment for natural treasures, whether those natural treasures were plants like the ones in this cave space or the current ores in Lionel's possession. The dewdrops also had exceptionally high concentrations of force. They could essentially liquefy force, creating what could be classified as a force-strengthening deviation despite the fact it had no other characteristics aside from its high concentrations. Just to put these matters into perspective, just a single drop from these stalactites was enough to form any one of Lionel's stars. This was how exaggerated the matter was. Yet, the ceiling of this place was formed by at least 50 mellow dew stalactites. It was no wonder this place didn't need any water to grow so many wonderful plants. A single drop of that dew would be enough to raise even an acre of fourth-dimensional plants without issue. Unfortunately, Lionel didn't know what these plants were. He could tell they were valuable, but he wasn't a force pill refiner, so how could he know anything about them? Luckily, he could rely on the dictionary if need be. He was certain these higher-dimensional plants were in its database. Wow, I didn't think we'd find something like this. How do you think these plants managed to grow here? There were two men, both of similar stature. They seemed to realize they had stumbled upon something valuable, but they didn't know how valuable it was. Their knowledge was limited. All they knew was that due to all these halos of light, these were definitely at least fourth-dimensional herbs. Let's mark this place down and let the young lord know about it. Right now, the priority is still to find a path toward the force crystal mine. We're running out of time. Lionel's gaze flashed. Young lord? Could he be talking about that monocle guy? A hardly concealed rage flashed through Lionel's gaze. He had always been one who found it difficult to kill. It was only after countless battles that his heart began to slowly accept the kind of world he lived in now. However, if there was someone he wouldn't hesitate to kill, it was the junior Governor Duke and that monocle-wearing young lord of the Brazinger clan. It seems they split up to cover more ground. Their aim is also the Force Crystal Mine. I can't guarantee that monocle-wearing bastard won't be interested enough in this place to set everything aside to come here first. These two might not know the value of mellow dew stalactite, but that doesn't mean he won't. A resolute glint took hold of Lionel's gaze. Though he was injured, he was still confident in taking on these two. Plus, if he could capture them, he might be able to dig out more information about what the Brazinger clan was doing here, and if they had any connection to the Slayer Legion. No, they shouldn't have a connection, or else we wouldn't have been sent here at this time. Even as Lionel was thinking this, he had already sprung into action. Taking advantage of the darkness, he stealthily had little Tolly devour the thin, cracked wall and rolled into the world of grass and plants. Without hesitation, he quickly followed after the two men who had just left the wide space of greenery. Chapter 173. Lionel looked down toward two unconscious men. He had already guessed that taking them down wouldn't have been a problem, but even he hadn't expected it to be so easy. In fact, it could be said that he was a bit too heavy-handed. However, Lionel hadn't had a choice. This whole knocking people out and taking hostages things was completely new to him. TV shows always made it look so easy. Just a simple karate chop to the back of the neck, right? So why had it given him such a headache? Forget it. He'll use those vines to tie them up in the segmented cube and bring them back. How do I harvest these plants? Lionel asked. Ping, replying Seed. The best choice is to make use of the segmented cube's suspended animation ability. Suspended animation? Lionel was confused for a second before he understood. Oh, it must mean the snow globes. The snow globes of the lab setting had always been a mystery to Lionel. At first, he had thought there was a finite number. But after he had collected the corpses of a couple hundred beasts, he realized that the snow globes multiplied without end. It seemed there would always be enough for his needs. Also, he realized that corpses weren't the only thing he could hold in them. All of the ores he had collected had been taken in by them as well. What exactly does the suspended animation ability do? Lionel asked. Ping, suspended animation. Phase 1 ability of the segmented cube's lab setting. It is able to house the living and the dead in the exact state they entered as no matter how much time has passed, evading the harshness of the passage of time. Lionel nodded. This was about what he had expected. His spatial bracelet could somewhat replicate this feat, but it wasn't the exact same. The reason why things in his spatial bracelet were non-perishable was because living things couldn't exist within it. As a result, there was no bacteria or fungi. So how could things go bad? But, from the explanation of the dictionary, it seemed that the ability of the snow globes was far more profound than this. It also didn't seem like it restricted the living either. This is perfect. I was worrying about how I would store all these plants. But if this is the case, there shouldn't be a problem. Though everything seemed to be going smoothly initially, Lionel was soon lamenting his plight. Unfortunately, the space within each snow globe was limited. So, he had to uproot each plant individually before moving on. How could this not leave him feeling aggrieved? If the lab setting could produce these snow globes endlessly, why couldn't it make one with more space in it? Soon, Lionel realized that it wasn't a matter of space. Despite the Bear King being over 5 meters tall, it still fit in one. Yet these plants, root and all, were barely a foot tall in most cases, but they took up an entire snow globe to themselves. It seemed that the ability of the suspended animation wasn't as simple as Lionel thought. It was likely that the snow globe was capable of perfectly adapting to the object it took in, adjusting its settings appropriately depending on the item. Unsurprisingly, it took Lionel several hours to take in every plant. It would have been faster, but he didn't want to accidentally harm them. So, he could only move slowly. Soon, the garden had fallen into darkness, the only hint of light coming from the shimmering stalactites above. Lionel gasped for breath, stretching out his back. Plundering treasures is actually such hard work. Though he said this, he looked around the garden with a sigh. Who knew how many years it had taken for it to reach this state? He wanted to take away the soil beneath his feet and the stalactite on the ceiling of the space, but he really had no means to. It had already taken him so long just to uproot the plants. How could he shovel all this soil into the segmented cube? Even aside from that, he had no idea where to even begin with the stalactites. They were easily 20 meters above him, and each the size of a tall human man. Just when Lionel felt that he could only leave such treasures behind, the segmented cube appeared on its own again. It separated into its jigsaw-like puzzles and shot across the room, enveloping it completely. Lionel blinked, and by the time his vision cleared, the once beautiful garden had become just as bland as every other cave in this place. The only hint that it was once something more were the vines and lush patches of moss that covered the walls. Lionel was speechless. If it could do this, why the hell had it let him waste so many hours here? Forget it. Forget it. All the things his father left him were too mischievous. He couldn't help but feel that they were making fun of him at every corner. Let's clear out the ores in this network of tunnels, then return to the group. I shouldn't leave them for so long. Lionel didn't hesitate any longer. He didn't know how long it would take for the rest of the Brazinger clan to notice the absence of their 2 family members. So he worked quickly, exploring the new network of tunnels. His luck was great. He managed to find a water elemental vessel. Though it would have been better to find a dual water-earth elemental vessel, having a water and an earth elemental vessel was definitely the second best option. He also found more vein, ores that would give him greater flexibility in the force arts he could draw, and even found a few large deposits of herb ores. It was clear that this network of tunnels was more greatly influenced by the force eruption and thus had more treasures. As expected from this conclusion, Lionel found that this network of tunnels had several paths leading several tens of meters downward. Since this is the case, it'll be easier to make it to the Force Crystal Mine if this is our starting point. Lionel quickly made his way back to where the garden once was. Then, making use of the vines and bits of moss that remained, he cleverly covered up the hole he had come from. Afterward, he made his way back to the cave the youths had taken as their base. Chapter 174. Wake up. Lionel spoke coldly, pouring a bucket of frigid water he had gotten from Pisces over the heads of the two Brazinger clan members. In truth, Lionel had no need to get his water from Pisces. He only did it as a show. Since he had the black-grade Soothing Waters pool, he was much better off than those drinking normal water. Still, he made a show of politely asking Pisces for water every day to try and smooth her attitude out a bit. Like this, it was much easier to maintain the balance of the group, and it made her feel more comfortable thinking she had a modicum of power over him. Though, if Pisces knew that the precious water she so graciously bestowed to Lionel was being used in this way, it could be imagined how she would react. The two Brazinger clan men were startled awake. Their first attempt was to move, but upon realizing their hands and feet were bound, a tinge of fear colored their hearts. Lionel wasn't worried that one of their abilities could help them escape. Before he woke them up, he had the dictionary scan them. The one with the more square jaw had an auxiliary-type ability that made his neurons fire faster, thus giving him greater reaction time and greater thinking speed. The one with the slightly thinner face had a vibration-type ability. This one was a greater threat, but Lionel had already crafted the cuffs on his hands to be beyond his ability to vibrate out of. After realizing that the two of them had been captured, the two clan members glared toward Lionel. But inwardly they were feeling confused. There were others here? How is this possible? First, tell me your names, Lionel asked simply. After a while, it became obvious to Lionel that they had no intention of responding to him. But, seemingly having expected this result, he only nonchalantly nodded. With a wave of his hand, the poisoned corpse of the Bear King appeared, causing the two men to pale. This poison is pretty tyrannical, don't you think? Lionel said casually. After a few moments, he stood and pulled the thinner man away. At such a sight, the square-jawed man trembled violently, the fear evident in his eyes. No, I'll tell you my name. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he struggled, he and Lionel still vanished, leaving the square-jawed man in a sorry state. He was so scared that he directly fainted, unable to maintain his consciousness. However, he had no idea that Lionel and the thin-faced man had simply gone to the abode setting, letting his fear stew. Oh, you'll tell me your name now? Lionel asked. Yes. My name is Sherry. A weird expression coated Lionel's visage at these words. Sherry? That meant darling in French. The man sure had quite the unique name. All right then, Sherry, I have a few questions to ask you. You'll answer them honestly, right? Right. Good. Lionel nodded in satisfaction. It would be a shame if the stories of you and your partner didn't add up, right? Hearing this, Sherry's trembling became several times more violent. He had indeed only planned to tell Lionel part of the truth. But what if his partner didn't tell the same lie he did? Then, wouldn't he be asking for his own death? This kid was so sinister. He suddenly understood why it was Lionel had separated them. It wasn't so that he could kill him, but rather so that they would have no idea what story the other told. Like this, if they wanted to live, they would have no choice but to say the truth because the truth was the only thing they could guarantee the other would know. Having thought this far, any thoughts of struggle the man had suddenly crumbled. He was a member of the Brazinger clan. How could his will really be so fragile? Unlike those who grew up in Earth's common society, they from hidden families had completely different upbringings. They had been ready for the descent of the metamorphosis since long ago and had begun training since their birth. That included him despite the fact he was only from a branch family. Much of his fear had just been an act to get Lionel to lower his guard. Maybe then he could find a chance to escape. But who knew this teenage boy would be so cunning? Seeing Sherry's flickering gaze, Lionel grinned, causing the former to shudder. My name is Jian. My name is Jian. Please forgive me. Lionel laughed at this. So, this Jian was trying to make fun of him by having him call him Sherry? What a conniving fellow indeed. Jian shivered. He had no idea if his partner would expose his name as a lie. So how could he continue to hold back? Good. Lionel walked to the bathhouse that held the soothing waters pool and threw Jian against the tiles. Then, he found a stool and sat down. Jian's shivering grew fiercer. This time, he didn't have to fake it. What place could be more convenient for clearing up a dead body in comparison to a bathroom? Since we're both on the same page, there's really no problem, right? I can see that you're not a useless person, so you already know that everything I ask you, I will ask your partner. Be sure to be honest with me. After all, I may not have a great ability, but the one thing I do have is a great memory. Jian nodded outwardly, but inwardly, he was cursing. Didn't have a great ability? He took them both down before they even knew what was happening. They didn't even have a chance to use their abilities before their worlds went black. How is this not having a great ability? All right, first question. Did that monocle-wearing bastard come here with you? Jian's eyes widened. The killing intent coming from Lionel enveloped him completely, causing his heart to shudder. This young man knew about their young lord? What relationship did he have with him? Could he be from one of the other hidden families? Did they catch on to their young lord's plans? According to the agreement, only the younger generation of their family's main branches could interact with the world until the fourth-dimensional metamorphosis was complete. So could this kid be a young lord from another hidden family? Chapter 175. He'll take that as a yes. Lionel's icy voice woke Jian from his thoughts. He could only shut his mouth, keeping his mumbling to himself. He didn't know what his young lord had done to piss this young man off so much, but he could tell that he should refrain from asking. What did you come here for? Jian gulped. Our young lord didn't tell us much. All we know is that there's a forest crystal mine and that the young lord needs it for some reason. How did you get in here through the beasts? Is there another entrance to the hive? Jian's gaze flashed with a peculiar light. But, remembering that Lionel would ask this same question to his partner, he could only throw all thoughts of lying to the back of his mind. Those beasts are under the control of young lord. What? Lionel couldn't hide his shock. At the same time, a cold sweat permeated his back. That monocle-wearing bastard actually had such an ability? That's impossible. Lionel remembered very clearly that he had already asked the dictionary to read out his ability. From what Lionel remembered, their young lord's ability was of the SS grade. He had the ability to change the genetic information of a target. Judging by the fact his subordinates were worm-in, Lionel assumed that in order to change this genetic information, he needed to take it from another source. But none of this had anything to do with controlling beasts. Could it be that his ability evolved? Or could it be part of his original ability? Or maybe it was someone under his command who had such an ability? Lionel's mind was spinning. The level of danger such a fact brought was unimaginable. With the control of 6, now 5, elite S-grade threats, Simeon was practically invincible. And there was no telling if he had other beasts following along with him now. Lionel didn't believe that he would really enter without the slightest hint of protection. While Lionel was thinking, Jin didn't dare to even breathe too loudly. The aura coming off the boy in front of him made him shiver to his core. He has the ability to control beasts? How long has he had this ability for? Lionel's question didn't make sense on the surface, but while his mind was wandering, he caught onto the faint inkling of something. If his thoughts were correct, a lot of things would suddenly make sense. It should be recent. The young lord has been running a lot of experiments lately, trying to iron out the kinks in this ability. He only perfected it a few weeks ago. Lionel's eyes narrowed. The gorilla man who attacked the Slayer Legion at the shore that day. That was him, right? Jian was shocked. Seeing this, Lionel didn't need him to answer. He knew it was the truth. The matters of that day hadn't made any sense to him before. Why would a man within grade threat level throw his life away so randomly? He attacked Damien's unit seemingly without cause or purpose, leading to his eventual death. But after that, they couldn't find any clues about him. Not only was there not a shred of anything on his person, he wasn't recognized as having a grudge with anyone in the Slayer Legion either. None of it made any sense, but what if one looked at it from a different angle? What if that man was just a guinea pig? What if he was Simeon's way of testing whether or not he could force others to throw their lives away at his command? The more Lionel thought, the colder the chill in his heart became. This Simeon really deserved death. At the same time, there was a hint of fear that blossomed in Lionel. Such an ability, it was too treacherous. If Simeon could really manipulate one's genes such that they had to obey his every command, just what kind of power could he wield if he was allowed to run amok? What would happen if Aina had really landed in his hands? He needs to die. A frigid aura permeated the bathhouse. Lionel had already sentenced Simeon to death. He wouldn't allow that bastard to leave this hive alive. How close are you all to finding the path to the force eruption? Jian coughed, clearing his throat. We've only explored about 30% of the entrances, but the deepest one only goes about 50 meters below the surface. The young lord told us to mark down any unique caverns we found and report to him in a week. Lionel's sneer deepened. What kind of protection does that bastard have? The young lord has his elite guards with him. They've all been genetically enhanced. Not a single one is weaker than an S-grade threat. There are 9 of them, and they follow him around everywhere. Even when we split up, it was only us ordinary guards that left the group. The rest remained with him. Lionel's eyes narrowed. So many S-grade threats was definitely beyond his means. And for what Jian said, that was their floor. Who was to say there weren't a few beyond that? For the first time, Lionel felt frustrated with his ability. He was maybe the only person on Earth with an ability that surpassed the SSS grade, but because it was only auxiliary, the amount of strength it provided him was limited. If his ability was of the same grade, but of the offensive nature instead, just how much power would he have? Lionel really didn't want to let that bastard go, but the more he grilled Jian about the protection his young lord had, the more he realized that he couldn't take Simeon lightly. The most ironic part was that this was likely his fault. A couple months ago, when he first met Simeon, he hadn't had this kind of protection around him. That bullet Lionel almost put through his skull is probably precisely the reason he was so cautious now. Chapter 176. Lionel grilled Jian with several more questions, then knocked him out and dragged him back into the lab setting. Without a word to his partner, he threw him into one of the snow globes, causing no small shock to the square-jawed man. Not wanting to end up like Jian, how could he not go all out in an attempt to satisfy Lionel? But the truth remained the same. In the end, he too was knocked out once more and thrown into a snow globe. Lionel took a deep breath and sat down, his mind running. Though he could have asked the two about Aina's past, he decided against it. This was something he wanted Aina to tell him herself. It just wouldn't feel the same if someone else had to tell him. Plus, he wanted to respect her boundaries. That said, even aside from that, the heavy pressure Simeon brought him was beyond his imagination. What a joke he was. He had a Tier 3 bronze ability, but he was being pushed into a corner by a Tier 8 black ability. He was sure that if his father knew, he would never hear the end of it. Lionel shook his head, staring blankly into space. After a while, his vacant eyes gained a steely coldness. I'm certain that Simeon's ability didn't originally have anything related to control. The reason he can now is because he's mastered his ability to the point of squeezing out all of its potential, eventually allowing him to gain this new branch ability. I don't believe for a second that he can do something that I can't. The branch abilities of Lionel's main ability seemed to have awoken randomly. First it was Dream World, then it was Dream Sculpt. On the surface, both appeared without rhyme or reason. But was this really the case? Dream World appeared to him when he really wanted to calculate the best orientation of his force nodes. This will eventually allow him to gain his ability to simulate matters in his mind. Dream Sculpt appeared when he wanted to find a way to make use of the treasures he wasn't allowed to take outside of the zone. This will eventually allow him the ability to ingrain perfect and permanent thoughts into his dream world. There was even a third ability he only recently named Dream Clone. That ability was birthed when he really wanted to learn the primitive man's combat style as quickly as possible. This allowed him to split his mind and learn the same technique many times faster. Every time he needed an ability within his means, it felt as though he could produce it as long as these things fell within the purview of his dream world. Simeon's ability was a wake-up call to Lionel. He realized now that abilities weren't immutable things. They were made to grow and evolve along with their host. Why else would Lionel's ability still be growing even now? It was likely that it would still grow into the future. Lionel took a deep breath. That's right. I need to open myself up to more possibilities. Lionel shook his head furiously. To think that he really almost had thoughts of letting that bastard off for now. Absolutely not. He would make this hive Simeon's grave. After a while, Lionel stood. I have so many materials, and even more beast crystals. If I can't make something to get out of this situation, I might as well not go and find Aina at all. Lionel had already decided. There would be 3 keys to his success. First, he would definitely find the path to the force eruption faster. There was most definitely an even greater treasure trove waiting for him. Second, he wouldn't hesitate any longer. He would form his 7th and 8th node. Continually doubting himself wouldn't get him anywhere. Maybe after doing this, he would find some clues about his 9th node. If worse came to worst, he would just abandon all of his force nodes. Though there was a massive taboo against doing so, the price was comparatively shallow for those in the lowest 3rd dimension. Only after stepping into the 4th or higher would abandoning one's force nodes become akin to a death sentence without incredibly special circumstances. And third, Lionel's mind drifted toward the first dream sculpt he ever made. It seemed like a simple golden staff, missing its flag. But Lionel knew quite well the kind of devastation this thing could cause. Lionel knew better than to use this staff to control humans. He had seen how badly Joan ended up with his own 2 eyes. And back then, she had only been controlling normal humans. By extension, Lionel also knew that controlling high-ranking beasts with it would be foolish as well. Those beast kings had already awoken their intelligence, and thus had strong wills of their own. If Lionel tried to take control of them, his ending would be just like Joan's. However, what about those weaker beasts who were only following the beast kings out of fear for their power? Just how quickly had the bear beast beneath the bear king abandoned him after he died? According to Jien and his partner, Quinn, Simeon should have only taken control of the beast kings, then used them as a proxy to control the other beast hordes. Plus, those beast kings definitely had their hands full holding off the tide of beasts coming from the ocean, even as Lionel stood here. In that case, Lionel smiled coldly. If Simeon thought of using the beast hordes against him, he would be in for a rude awakening. Out on the sea, the commanders of the Eastern and Southern Lookout were still fighting for their lives. Though, those with Commander Violet Rain were definitely faring much better. I did it. I managed to get a message through. Mellow Trees roared with happiness. He never thought he would have over such a simple matter. Violet Rain's smile bloomed. Though they didn't get a response because the link was swiftly cut off again, this much was enough. Now they just had to wait. What they forgot to consider was the fact the one in charge of their Southern Lookout now was Hacker Hutch, who knew what maddening ways that senile old man would respond to such a call for help. Chapter 177. A week later, Lionel stepped out from the segmented cube. His features seemed quite haggard, an unkempt beard gracing his jaw and his messy, dirty blonde hair sweeping across his shoulders. But his eyes remained as sharp as swords. When the youths noticed Lionel's appearance, they all perked up, traces of anticipation painted on their faces. Lionel smiled lightly. I've succeeded. They were simple words, but they alone made the youths feel that a massive burden had been lifted from their chests. There's no time to waste, Lionel said with a confident air. We've already long since decided who would go and who would stay. Let's move out if you're all prepared. The lineup that chose to follow Lionel was quite interesting. Thunderous Clap, roaring black lion, and flowing wind all stood to move with him. Thunderous Clap's ability was similar to Jian's vibration ability, but much stronger by several levels. The mysterious quake force he used could be considered a force-strengthening deviation, so he would be joining. In addition, Flowing Wind, despite being from the Eastern Lookout, was also willing to help. Her wind elemental force output was a level beyond chasing winds. In addition, she had much more auxiliary applications to her ability, like the power to use wind to scout out her surroundings. So, she was an ideal choice. Finally, there was Roaring Black Lion. Among the remaining youths, he had the strongest defenses. In addition, there was no guarantee they wouldn't run into beasts on their journey. His ability to dampen their strength would be greatly useful. As for the rest of the top rankers, they stayed behind to protect the group from any unforeseen circumstances. It was simply impossible for them to take so many with them. With that, the group of 4 set off. We're going to cross over into another network of tunnels. I found this place while I was looking for ores previously. Lionel explained as he quickly made his way toward the hole he had created a week prior. He knew that he was running out of time. Much of the reason he left Pisces and the others behind was because he was afraid of this hole being found. According to Jin and Quinn, they were meant to report in a week. When they didn't report as they were meant to, Simeon would most definitely check in on the network of tunnels they were assigned to. By then, there was no guarantee that this hole wouldn't be found. It wasn't long before Lionel had led their group of 4 to the hole, crossed to the other side, and diligently covered it back up again. After he was done, he dashed forward again, snaking through the tunnels as though the map of their pathways was tattooed to the back of his hand. Soon, he made it to his destination, the point with the most direct path to the Force Crystal Mine. Lionel came to a sudden stop at a seemingly ordinary wall and turned back toward Thunderous Clap, Roaring Black Lion, and Flowing Wind. Before we go, I have something to tell you 3. I didn't tell the others because I didn't want them to panic, but it's best you 3 know in advance. The 3 looked toward Lionel. Seeing his serious expression, they too became serious. Would things not be so simple? There's another group of people in here aside from us. In fact, earlier I had captured and interrogated 2 of them. It's very possible that we could run into them. I believe that we're ahead of them, but it's best to be cautious. I suspect that there might be another path toward the Force Crystal Mine. I'm just not entirely certain. I just have a feeling that the valleys weren't created without reason. The 3 youths frowned. The complex network of valleys was precisely the reason they could only enter the center of the island through one passageway. They wrapped around the center of the island, such that there was only one path forward. Even beyond that, Flowing Wind actually had no ability to fly over it. She felt that the force was incredibly volatile in that area, making it difficult for her to steady her ability properly. When she realized this, she hadn't dared to continue forward lest she fall to her death. If the valleys were the result of some odd phenomenon related to the Force Crystal Mine, their odd attributes would be much easier to accept. Only when the 3 nodded seriously did Lionel flip his palm, causing many things to appear. First, each way you take these. Lionel handed each of them silvery green mouthpieces that looked somewhat like a cross between a flute and a whistle. These are my creations. I made them out of Whispering Breeze, Oregon. They're only tier 1 black-gray treasures, but they allow you to breathe underwater and earth for 3 hours. After that, you need to allow it to recharge for half an hour before you can use it again. The 3 nodded in understanding, watching as Lionel continued to take out 9 total resplendent blue scales. These are another set of my creations, 3 to the each of you. They're refined from the koi fish's scales. They could be able to form an artificial foreskin that melds and amplifies with your own. By my calculations, they should each be able to last half an hour under the full pressure of the force eruption. I'm not sure how long it will take us to stop the force eruption. We'll have to play it by ear. Lionel took a deep breath and turned back to face the wall, putting the silver mouthpiece between his lips. Stick close to me. Though his words had come out in a mumble, they still managed to understand him. Lionel could only roll his eyes when he felt 2 soft mounds of flesh press against his back. Who else could it be, if not flowing wind? Could this be considered sexual harassment? Lionel didn't have time to spend on the matter as an intricate ring on his finger glowed. Just like this, the seemingly solid wall before him became akin to a curtain of mud. He pushed through it with slightly more difficulty than it would take to walk underwater. Still, it wasn't too bad. The only disadvantage was that he couldn't see anything, and his internal sight was severely restricted in this kind of environment. However, he could rely on his obscene calculation abilities to maintain his sense of direction with relative ease. Like this, the four youths formed a train, the three to Lionel's back, closely following by linking their arms. What was especially magical, though, was that the wall of earth they left the range of reverted back to their original state soon after. Though Lionel could see nothing but a vast darkness before him, he could feel himself getting closer. He kept his hand in the lead, ready for it to enter clear air once again. And a moment later, that was exactly what happened. Lionel felt the resistance against his hand suddenly vanish and came to a grinding halt. Arg! Lionel wanted to groan, but he kept it in. He felt a sharp pain in his hand, as though it could be lacerated to minced meat in but another few moments. Without hesitation, he pressed his first koi fish scale against his body, causing a radiant blue to cover him like a thin layer of skin. He had already long since taken off his chain necklace, saving it for a critical moment. After this, using his hand, he extended his soul force forward, stretching his internal sight outward. What he saw made him grind his teeth in anger. There was a vast underground space. Its ceilings were at least 100 meters tall, and it was over a kilometer from end to end. It was filled with shimmering crystals so bright that had Lionel been looking at them with his eyes, he was sure he would have to squint. Of course, all of these dimensions were just Lionel's approximate guesses. The force was so volatile that his internal sight was incredibly fuzzy. The sharp range was severely reduced, causing his calculations to be lacking. What had made him angry, though, was the fact that there was someone who had gotten here before him. More accurately, there was a beast that had gotten here before him. Lionel's hand had appeared near the ceiling of the wide space. So, if he stepped out now, he would fall 100 meters to his death. Down below, there was an adorable creature, taking a nap without a care in the world. Its fur was a lustrous black, its whiskers and small nose twitching as though it was having a particularly good dream. Its body was long, inconsiderate of its proportions. It had such a small head, but it was easily a foot and a half from head to toe. This adorable creature was actually a little black furred mink. But, despite having never seen it in its true form before, Lionel couldn't help but grind his teeth. This little bastard was definitely the beast that had been harassing him for so long. Chapter 178. Lionel suppressed his annoyance in his heart. He would definitely deal with that annoying little mink, but he also had to be cautious. For one, that little mink could somehow sleep within that torrent of energy without any problems while he had simply stretched out a hand into it, yet almost couldn't withstand the pain. Secondly, after so many days of battle with the little mink, Lionel knew that it most definitely wasn't simple to deal with. He even felt that its danger level was a level beyond the Beast Kings outside. He was thankful that all of their exchanges had lasted for a short time, or else maybe he would have been on the losing end far more times than he wanted to admit. Why can it just sleep there so easily? Didn't the dictionary say the only way to survive in this environment was foreskin? It doesn't look like that little bastard is using it. The little mink seemed to have a cloud of black fog perpetually hanging around its body, but this wasn't exactly like foreskin at all. It must be its innate ability. That means its dark element force, strengthening deviation, might also comes from its innate ability. Lionel took a deep breath. He couldn't consider this any longer. Now that he knew there was this beast guarding the force crystal mine, he knew that he had to take it out. He didn't know why, but this little mink loved to attack him. Maybe the little guy thought it was a joke, but Lionel's life had been on the line every time. He couldn't take any chances. After making a decision, Lionel started slowly descending. He had appeared too high. If he stepped out now, he would just fall to his death. But if he went too low, his treasure would likely stop working. The entire floor and much of the sides of the open space were covered with force crystals radiating resplendent lights. All the way here, Lionel had to navigate around or veins because he knew his treasure wouldn't work against high-level minerals. Obviously, the same went for force crystals. Unable to communicate with the others, Lionel had no choice but to make an explosive move. With flowing wind positioned right behind him, he believed that she would be able to stop their fall with her ability, albeit shakily considered how volatile the force here was. Lionel leapt out from the wall. Force and sharp winds whipped against his body as he fell down toward the sleeping black-furred mink. With a flip of his palms, 2 pistols appeared, both outfitted with harpoons. This time, he had no intention of holding back. If he could kill this beast before it woke up, that would be for the best. Bang! Bang! Lionel's gaze lit up. He knew his shots hit the mark, and from start to finish, the little mink hadn't moved. In fact, it seemed that his shots were so powerful that it directly blasted apart the platform of force crystals the little mink had been sleeping on too. But this made sense. After all, compared to those massive beasts outside, this little guy was really small. It was no surprise Lionel's attack went right through it like that. Lionel landed heavily on the ground, a jolt of pain shooting through his legs as his bluish-force skin fluctuated wildly beneath the pressure of the force eruption. He shook the stinging sensation out of his lower half. It seemed that his fall had quite an impact on him. He should have definitely used his treasure shoes. But he had been saving them in case the little mink woke up in time and made a move on him. If that happened, he would have needed his shoes to dodge, or else he would have been a sitting duck in the air. However, Lionel could have never expected what he witnessed next. When he looked up, he was stunned silent. The little mink was still there, sleeping its time away as though nothing had happened. The 2 darts Lionel had shot out were still there as well. One went through the little mink's head, and the other went through its body. However, it was like the little mink was an illusion or in a completely different reality. Its body seemed corporeal, but Lionel's attack went through it as though it had no substance at all, almost as though this was just a projection and not a living creature. What the hell? Lionel's heart tightened. At that moment, flowing wind unsteadily dropped to the ground, carrying roaring black lion and thunderous clap along with her. Her control over her ability was extremely poor in this place, but it was at least enough to slow their descent. Either way, Lionel hadn't brought her here for her combat prowess, but rather to help in quickening the maturity of the Force Crystal Core. You kill such an adorable little guy. Flowing wind reprimanded Lionel without the slightest hint of her previous lusty personality. In the blink of an eye, she had suddenly become a mother hen protecting her chicks. Lionel almost couldn't refrain from lashing out. Adorable? This little bastard had almost killed him who knows how many times? After a while, Flowing Wind and the others also noticed the oddity. If such a small creature was hit with such force, shouldn't it be a rain of blood and guts by now? Why did it seem like Lionel's darts had been embedded into its body? It's incorporeal? Is it fake? Thunderous Clap muttered. I don't think it's fake, Lionel said slowly. But don't be fooled by its appearance. This little thing almost killed me several times. The eyes of the 3 youths widened. Almost killed Lionel? Which of them didn't know how powerful Lionel was? Yet, such a small beast was a danger to him. Hearing such words, they could only put their guards up. I didn't get a chance to do this before because it was too fast, but maybe now? Tell me about its abilities. The dictionary appeared in Lionel's palm as his eyes narrowed with seriousness. Ping Evolved Life form detected. Simplified title, Mink, State, Evolved, Evolving, Abilities, Ping Generating Nomenclature, Shadow World, an ability that takes control of the world hidden from the stars. Evaluating Power, Ping, Evolution Stage, Elite Tier 9 Black. Chapter 179. Lionel involuntarily held his breath. This description, it was the simplest he had ever seen. It was also the most vague he had ever seen. The only description he had seen that carried this level of vagueness was his own. His own only became more detailed after he began using the dictionary to document his ability, which is why it now had a breakdown of all his abilities from Dream World to Dream Clone. But initially, calculative mind, an ability capable of simplifying the complex. This was what the dictionary had first told him about his ability. It never said anything about his Dream World, Dream Sculpt, or Dream Clone ability. Aside from himself, he had never seen an ability as simply explained as the Little Mink's Shadow World. But what also shocked Lionel was the state of the Little Mink. Not only did it say evolved, but it also said evolving. The Little Mink's ability was already classified with the Elite Tier 9 Black level. If it evolved, wouldn't it cross over into the Bronze level, just like Lionel? Lionel took a deep breath to steady his beating heart. Unlike him, the Little Mink's ability seemed exceptional for combat. Lionel couldn't even touch it despite the fact it was sleeping right in front of him. How was it even possible to do anything to this little guy? Just with this ability alone, the Little Mink was untouchable in fourth-dimensional worlds. Only under the suppression of a fifth-dimensional world would its ability begin to show some weaknesses. But, considering it was currently evolving into the Bronze tiers, it seemed that this wouldn't be true for long. Lionel decided to leave his darts in place. He didn't dare to approach the Little Mink too closely anymore. But he also knew that it was simply impossible for them to just leave now. Their success would decide the life and death of tens of people. How long will it take this little thing to finish evolving? Lionel asked. Ping, replying to Seed, 3:21:51:05. 3 days, 21 hours, 51 minutes, and 5 seconds, huh? Hopefully that's enough. Lionel chose to go with the assumption that the Little Mink would stay asleep for as long as it was evolving. In that case, maybe they would have enough time to help the Force Crystal Mine mature. Let's hurry, Lionel said, receiving the agreement of the others. The four youths turned their attention toward the raging tempest of white, gushing force toward the center of the wide space. The mine was over a kilometer in width and length. Of that space, the geyser took up barely 20 meters of width. But its presence was imposing. It was an odd feeling. Unlike geysers of water, this force eruption hadn't made a single sound after its initial burst. It bore a hole through the network of tunnels above it and remained completely silent, even to the point the youths could easily chat. All right, Roaring Black Lion, you'll have to protect Flowing Wind. You all know what to do, right? The youths nodded. Thunderous Clap had a force-cultivating technique and had formed 4 nodes, so his ability to keep up his foreskin was relatively better. But Flowing Wind had yet to do so for whatever reason, so she needed the protection of Roaring Black Lion. This was definitely a testament to how great her ability was. We just pour our force-strengthening deviations in, right? Sounds simple enough, Flowing Wind mumbled. But it was clear that she wasn't very confident. Stealing their wills, the youths moved forward, approaching the geyser of white from different angles. The moment they crossed the barrier, they realized that things were completely out of their expectations, let alone the towering danger they expected. It almost felt as though they were walking through a spray of sparkling water on the hottest of summer days. However, instead of making him feel more relaxed, Lionel's heart clenched as he pushed his way toward the core. Though he disparaged the dictionary sometimes, how could he not trust something his father had left for him? His father was the one person who he trusted with his everything. Even if the things he left behind would sometimes tease him in unexpected ways, they wouldn't ever truly put him in danger. Since his father's dictionary put so much emphasis on how dangerous force eruptions were, how could Lionel ever take them lightly? The fact things seemed so calm and even relaxing made his hair stand on end. They say that there were forms of death where one would feel incomparably relaxed near the end. Some said that there was no better euphoria than drowning. Something about this force eruption reminded Lionel of such things. Soon, Lionel had made it to the Force Crystal Core. Without a better descriptor, he could only say that it was beautiful. It was the most perfect sphere Lionel had ever seen. It stood amidst an array of force crystals that looked like the petals of a blooming flower. Despite the fact it was the cause of such a shocking event, it was completely still. It was almost impossible to tell that it was the source of all of this at all. It radiated an assortment of colors, shimmering a resplendent rainbow. However, if one looked closely, it was possible to see golden lines being slowly drawn just beneath its surface. These lines seemed to exude an ancient mystery and were even somewhat more resplendent than even the rainbow colors of the force crystal core. If it wasn't hidden beneath the core's surface, it would definitely easily outshine its radiance. Those must be the natural force arts. Lionel looked up to see 3 pairs of eyes looking toward him solemnly. It seemed that they felt this matter shouldn't be so simple either. Lionel narrowed his eyes and took a step forward, lightly touching the core with a finger. Immediately, his expression changed as he quickly retracted his hand. But it was still too late. The foreskin protecting his hand burst. Soon after it, the skin on his left hand splintered and shattered into a rain of blood. Even the bones of his fingers were visible to see. Lionel's force quickly surged, pushing the torrent of force rampaging around within him out with brute force. By the time his heart settled down and he looked toward the force crystal core with a solemn expression, all he could feel was a spine tingling pain from his hand. Chapter 180. Lionel's face slightly twisted in pain. No matter how used he was to injuries by now, the feeling of having his hand practically explode from the inside out left him wanting to cry out. The other 3 youths looked toward him with fear evident in their eyes. It was just a simple touch, but Lionel's ending had actually been so terrible. If he held on for just a fraction of a second longer, just how much worse would his injuries be? Lionel took several deep breaths. Maybe the worst part about all of this was the loss of his hand. A force crafter's hands were the most important part of their body. With his left hand in this state, it simply wouldn't be possible to craft anything. I'm too reckless. Lionel clenched his jaw. Retreat. Lionel ordered this the moment he saw how helpless the situation was. That break in his foreskin had shaved off more than half the remaining time the foreskin treasure he had forged had. It wouldn't be long before it shattered completely. By then, there was no telling how horrible his ending would be. However, just when he wanted to retreat, Lionel's expression changed. It had been so easy to walk in, but he found that the way out made him feel as though he was walking against quicksand. Lionel's expression immediately became ugly. What the hell was going on? What's going on? I feel like I can't take a step back no matter how much I want to. Roaring Black Lion's voice held a rare instance of trepidation and fear. This was the very last thing they expected to happen. Why was it so easy to enter, but not easy to leave? It seems I've underestimated this force eruption again. Lionel smiled bitterly. There were all sorts of natural traps in the world, even before the metamorphosis. All of them were easy to enter, but difficult to leave. A Venus flytrap wouldn't have any qualms about allowing a fly onto its petals, but would it so easily allow one to leave? A beast wouldn't hesitate to allow its prey into its mouth, but would it so easily release it? This trap in particular reminded Lionel of a phenomenon that could happen in rivers and dams. Anyone swimming near a dam would be asking for death. The interaction between the rushing water suddenly met by an immovable force would cause a pattern of currents that would easily allow a human in, but make it impossible for them to leave. The number of people who had died to such a phenomenon were too many to count. Lionel had just never expected that the flow of force here would be able to replicate such a thing. Lionel smiled bitterly. Sorry, guys. It seems I was still a bit reckless. Lionel sighed. He knew that once again, this was a case of the dictionary being very specific with its answers. He asked about how to mature a force crystal core ahead of time, but hadn't asked anything about something like this. The 3 youths couldn't help but be disappointed. But how mad could they be? It wasn't as though Lionel had sent them into this danger alone. He had stepped forward first, and had even been willing to retreat when things weren't going well. This was something completely out of their expectations. Don't worry, Lionel said firmly after a moment. I promise to take you all out of here. The resolution in Lionel's voice shocked them. They hadn't expected that even now, he would still take responsibility. Usually, someone with as much power as him would definitely not have the time to care about them now. Without another word, Lionel directly sat on the ground, entering a meditative state. He weakly supported his left hand on his lap, doing his best to ignore the pain. I have almost 30 koi fish scales. Each of them can provide 30 minutes of protection. Between the four of us, that's enough for a bit over 3 hours and a half. The three youths looked toward Lionel, then looked at one another. There were clear hints of despair on their faces, but what could they do? Thunderous Clap tried to fight his way out, throwing out thunderous punches that rocked the air, but he found himself sliding back with every strike. Flowing Wind and Roaring Black Lion tried their hands at it too. In fact, the former had the greatest shot and even almost succeeded trying to ride the flow of force. But in the end, just when it looked like she might succeed, she was blasted backward. Had it not been for Roaring Black Lion catching her before she landed on the force crystal core, her outcome would have been even sorrier. Lionel's mind spun. However, no matter how hard he thought, everything pointed in a singular direction: force strengthening deviations. The only way to overwhelm force was with force of greater quantity or quality. Right now, he couldn't spare thoughts toward maturing the force crystal core. Wasting stamina on it would just make it so that they were less likely to survive. With only a little over 3 hours, every small bit of stamina could decide life and death. I need to improve my light elemental force, or my spear force. Lionel's eyes flashed open. He pushed forward his only good remaining hand, stabbing out toward the edge of the force eruption's influence. But what he saw left him feeling helpless. Even with the amplification of his spear force, his Call of the Wind only traveled a meter before being shattered completely. Taking a deep breath, Lionel attempted to fuse his light elemental force into the attack. It wasn't a perfect fusion, but it was barely enough to gain a small amplification. He pierced out once more, but the result was just as depressing. It barely passed the 2.5 meter mark before being crushed. That was still almost a full 8 meters from the edge they needed to escape from. The closer to escaping the energy fluctuations it was, the harder it is to cross. The 1 to 2 meter distance was at least twice as difficult to cross as the 0 to 1 meter distance. I need to improve. Lionel could only turn his hopes back to the dictionary. It said that there were levels beyond, right? Chapter 181. Lionel turned a complicated glance toward the dictionary in his hands. Tell me about the levels of force strengthening deviations. Ping. Force strengthening deviations are divided by quality and type. Type can range from weapon types to elemental types, while quality is decided by evolution potential and range of ability, also known as evolution branches. Evolution potential. The potential for improvement. This is decided by the amplification ability of a force strengthening deviation. All force strengthening deviations have the ability to reach the pinnacle, but the amount of amplification they provide varies. Evolution branches. These are the number of routes a force strengthening deviation can take. Not all of the same type and subtype are born equal. There are differences in strength between spear forces and even light elemental forces. Lionel's brow furrowed. There was so much information. He didn't know if it was worth it to know all of it. After all, he only had 3 hours left. He had to make a decision. Sitting here listening to a history lesson on force strengthening deviations would just be asking for death. Tell me about my light elemental force specifically. Ping. The light elemental force seed has comprehended comes from a lineage factor. This is somewhat different from a force strengthening deviation comprehended naturally or awakened through an ability. A naturally comprehended force strengthening deviation is limited by either one's comprehension or the source one has used to comprehend it. Lionel was confused by this for a moment, but after a while he understood. By source, the dictionary was referring to natural sources of force strengthening deviations. For example, if one found a battleground and there were many spear force scars along the ground, it would be possible to comprehend spear force from them. But one would be limited by the expertise of the expert that carved the scars in the first place. Of course, one could also naturally comprehend spear force on their own, much like Hutch comprehended blade force. In that case, it was on one's own shoulders to improve and evolve one's spear force. A force-strengthening deviation awakened through an ability would be limited by the evolution stage of one's ability. But Seed's force-strengthening deviation is limited by the lineage factors of your lineage factor. The origin of Seed's light elemental force is the Snowy Star Owl lineage factor. Lionel's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Time dilated, and he could feel that his breathing had slowed to a crawl. In that moment, his eyes became dim as though he had been trapped in an illusion. In the beginning, all he saw was darkness. But after a while, he could faintly see a small dot in the distance that radiated a bright light. He blinked just a single time, but the moment his vision cleared, the light had completely covered the range he could see. The sight was incomparably beautiful. A bird with eyes radiating with wisdom and feathers as white as snow looked down toward him. Its golden irises didn't have a hint of disdain or loftiness. Rather, it looked down as though a senior appreciating a junior. The gentleness touched Lionel's heart. A mighty call left the owl's beak as it flapped its wings once more, vanishing from Lionel's sight. But even still, the image continued to replay in his mind. And as time began to regain its previous pace, Lionel's heart followed and quickened many times over. When Lionel's dull gaze regained its light, he found that his breathing had quickened and he was drenched from head to toe in sweat. Wow, Snowy Star Owl. What kind of creature was that? Lionel had no idea, but he somehow felt that it was incomparably majestic. Lionel wasn't sure how his lineage factor stacked up to other light elemental lineage factors, but what he did know was that this lineage factor made him feel extremely comfortable. The Snowy Star Owl is known especially for its speed, wisdom, and miracle healing. As such, Seed's light elemental lineage factor can be considered to have three main branches of evolution. The first branch is simply known as the movement evolution. Among force-strengthening deviation, light elemental force only loses to space elemental force in this regard. However, within the speed subbranch of the movement evolution branch, the light element is unmatched. The second branch is known as the support evolution branch. The wisdom subbranch and the healing subbranch both fall under this category. Both subbranches can only be effectively used when combined with one's other lineage factors, meaning one's level of light elemental force can thus unlock lineage factor abilities and techniques to be used as one. Wisdom? Healing? Lionel didn't know what these subbranches were, but this evolution branch concept really reminded him the evolution trees of a role-playing game. Was that how lineage factors worked as well? He had thought that his light elemental force had exceptionally good penetrative abilities, but judging by the words of the dictionary, this wasn't its main ability. Why do I feel that my light elemental force had good penetrative ability? Ping, replying to Seed. This is a result of Seed's spear domain lineage factor. Lionel furrowed his brows. Isn't my spear domain lineage factor much weaker than my light element lineage factor? Ping, replying to Seed. You're an idiot. Hearing these words, not only did Lionel's face darken, but so did the other three youths who happened to be nearby him. Even in the situation, the sudden odd words almost made them burst into laughter. Lionel could tell that the "you're an idiot" part was very lifelike. It seemed that it was yet another recording left by his father, but this time, it was just a short message. The strength of the spear domain lineage factor is in its ability to combine countless disciplines into one. This is why the spear domain heirloom is filled with spears, each tied to a different consciousness and each with a completely different style. Only by combining many disciplines into one will the spear domain lineage factor truly show its might. The reason Seed's light elemental force seems to have great penetrative abilities is because of the effect of Seed's spear domain lineage factor. It has integrated Seed's light elemental force somewhat, giving it such an ability. Also, though attacking is not a main ability of the Snowy Star Owl, it is still an elite 6th-dimensional mythical beast. It would not be too weak in this regard. To lower dimensions, its attack ability can be considered godly. After hearing all of this, Lionel finally understood. The penetrative ability of his light elemental force occurred due to the influence of his spear domain lineage factor. But since he had looked down on his spear domain lineage factor, he never actively tried to look into its secrets, thus inadvertently suppressing it. If that's the case, Lionel's blood rumbled, a spear appearing in his hand. Without even getting up, his eyes flashed as he pierced forward. This time, he felt that the integration of his spear force and light elemental force had risen by several degrees. Lionel's eyes glowed with a fierce light. 4 meters. It wasn't only him who was excited, but Flowing Wind practically pounced into his arms and gave him a kiss. There really was hope. Chapter 182. After the initial bout of excitement, Lionel immediately calmed himself. What was there to be proud about? He had only touched 4 meters, there were still 6 more to go. And it had now become even more obvious to him that the difficulty of crossing that distance doubled with every meter he passed. The fact he had directly jumped from 2.5 meters to 4 was a testament to just how great his spear domain lineage factor was. But that was all. Was it even possible to improve enough to cross the remaining distance? The other youths seemed to realize this as well. So, their smiling expressions soon faded. Handsome, hurry up and improve some more. I'm too young and beautiful to die. Flowing Wind said this, as though joking around, but there was a well-hidden fear in her tone. It wasn't something that Lionel would miss. Lionel took a deep breath. You 3 enter my spatial treasure. It should buy us more time. Lionel wasn't confident in the segmented cube's defensive ability. This wasn't because he was doubting its peak prowess, but rather because it was still in Phase 1. In Phase 1, it was essentially still limited to 3rd-dimensional abilities. So, it was impossible for its abilities to be too grand. However, if these 3 youths entered the segmented cube and he placed it in his spatial bracelet, then he only needed to activate 1 foreskin to protect them all. Like this, his less than 4-hour time limit would be over 13 hours. The 3 youths looked at each other and nodded. Here, they were only a burden to Lionel. It would be good if they could help in some way. Lionel sighed a breath of relief and took out the segmented cube. He found that it was frenziedly absorbing the force in the surroundings. At this pace, it might only be a few days before it could accumulate enough to evolve into Phase 2. But Lionel obviously didn't have this long to wait. Just when Lionel was about to allow the youths in, he suddenly made a pleasant discovery. The segmented cube can't leave this place, but it's still a natural force barrier. Lionel's eyes glowed with excitement. He hadn't put too much hope in the segmented cube. In fact, he had covered it with his foreskin when he pulled it out just now. But what he never expected was that it would actually be capable of forcefully absorbing any force he gave it. It could take volatile force, absorb it, and make it docile. In that case, didn't that mean that Lionel's time limit wasn't limited to 13 or so hours anymore? Lionel grinned as the 3 youths looked toward him in confusion. It seems we don't need to die here today. Before the 3 could ask Lionel what he meant, the segmented cube expanded and enveloped the 3 of them. On the outside, the segmented cube expanded to a 10-meter diameter, hovering in the air above the force crystal core. It shuddered and trembled, bouncing back and forth between the 2 opposing edges of the force geyser, but it eventually managed to reach an equilibrium. Within the abode setting, the 4 youths watched on nervously as a violent earthquake took hold of the world within the segmented cube. They only managed to sigh a breath of relief after everything finally settled into a low rumble. Lionel wasn't any different from them. He too had been worried about the result, but luckily it had all paid off. There are a few rooms here. Feel free to pick one. There's also plenty of food and water. It'll definitely get us out of here." Lionel nodded to the youths, but when they saw the sadness on his expression, they couldn't help but be stunned. This should have been a happy change of events. Why was it that Lionel didn't seem the slightest bit happy? Lionel turned to leave. Flowing Wind wanted to step out and stop him, maybe even try to cheer him up, but she found that two sturdy hands had landed on her shoulders, stopping her from moving forward. She was completely stunned to find that both Roaring Black Lion and Thunderous Clap had tacitly agreed to stop her as one. She couldn't even react before Lionel had disappeared from her sight. "Why the hell did you two stop me? He's our savior. Shouldn't we at least say thank you? There's no reason for him to be feeling like that." "You don't get it," Roaring Black Lion said with a snort. Even if things worked out in the end, his pride is still wounded. Pride? Flowing Wind's brows furrowed. Though it was blocked beneath her mask, one could imagine that it was quite a lovely sight to see. "It's ultimately his fault that things turned out this way." Thunderous Clap spoke. "There's even an argument to be made here that we're only alive by a fluke. Even stumbling into the ability of this abode-type treasure was a mistake." "What the hell are you saying? We made our own choice to come here with him. Plus, he was in just as much danger as us. Only a bastard would blame him for information we all lacked equally." You still don't get it. I don't know what's weighing on Indum, Lionel's mind, but whatever it is, he definitely feels like his performance makes him unworthy of meeting those goals. He takes himself to be responsible for our lives. Whether it was coming to this hive or accelerating the maturity of the Force Crystal Core, they were all his ideas. But he's seemingly made one mistake after another. For a man like him, he definitely feels inadequate. Flowing Wind snorted. "If it was just garbage male pride, you should have just said so from the beginning. But he's so handsome and caring at the same time. This lady definitely likes him." Roaring Black Lion and Thunderous Clap looked at one another helplessly. This Flowing Wind girl was definitely too far gone. Chapter 183. Lionel sat on a chair in the lab setting, staring out blankly into space. In truth, in the beginning, even he wasn't fully aware of why he was feeling like this. It could even be said that Thunderous Clap and Roaring Black Lion understood before even he had. It could only be said that the objectivity of a third party was great. He had come here with every intention of instantly getting to work, diving into training until he could barge his way out. But instead of doing any of that, he found himself frozen in time. After a long while, he finally understood the emotion he was feeling. Shame. He had made too many mistakes. Initially, he kept brushing them off as though they were nothing more than jokes. But it seemed that as time passed, the mistakes he made continued to have more and more serious consequences. It came to the point where even though this most recent mistake of his had no real consequences yet, he simply couldn't put up with himself anymore. What truly baffled him was that he wasn't immediately certain of how to fix this. Wasn't it only natural that someone as young and uninformed as him makes so many mistakes? But the more Lionel thought about it, the more he felt that this excuse was exactly that, an excuse. In a world like this, who cared if he needed time to mature? Would the Spider King's venom wait for him? Would the Force Crystal Core let him go on account of his youth? Would Simeon leave him be until he matured? The answer to all of this was obviously no. No one owed him such a thing. Compared to others, how much better was his starting position? Whether it was his talent, the treasures his father left for him, or the lineage factor his mother left for him. How many times luckier was he than another? As to this day, he still had no idea how well his teammates were doing. Did James fall out with them after being snubbed by him? What about Yuri? She was one of Aina's only two friends. How was she doing with them? Was she okay? Compared to these people, wasn't he considered to be lucky? Was this what those psychologists deemed as survivor's guilt? Maybe that was exactly what it was. Lionel felt undeserving. He made so many life-altering mistakes, yet managed to survive every time by the skin of his teeth. Sometimes it might be due to his own wit, but how many more times had it just been luck? Memories were constantly pulled up from the depths of Lionel's mind, each one striking a chord with him. When he first exited the Mayan tomb and Aina killed Conrad with a single strike. During their journey to the fort, he had even had thoughts of being unwilling to live anymore. How ridiculous had his actions been back then? He even went out and fought 7 great invalids back to back. Maybe that had been under the guise of protecting his friends, but wasn't the truth that he was just seeking death? How lucky had he been to survive that? Did he even deserve to survive that? His abilities back then couldn't even compare to the current him. A single grave threat was more than enough to threaten his life. Then there was the time within the Joan of Arc zone. Due to his own selfishness, he forced both him and Aina into a corner. Instead of waiting until both armies had whittled their strength down, he stupidly charged in. Back then, without a word, Aina had still chosen to follow him. But had he not found Joan's weakness at the last minute, wouldn't they have both died? How lucky had he been to survive that? How could he even think of blaming Aina for lying to him about the entry quota when he, himself, was so selfish? Then there was the battle at the Royal Blue Fort. He had foolishly traveled back to the fort, thinking that everything would be over as long as he made his way back. But that ended up in Aina almost dying, and now she was in a world he knew next to nothing about. Who knew what kind of hardships she was undergoing now? How lucky had he been to survive that? If he hadn't been so naive, wouldn't Aina still be by his side right now? Lionel continued to blankly stare at the wall, his heartbeat slowing to eerie speeds. What a joke. Even with Aina by his side right now, would he even be capable of protecting her? Here he was again. Another stupid mistake. He was suffering here because of his own foolishness, his own naivete. How lucky had he been to survive this? He could have avoided it. Had he just been more cautious, had he just asked more questions, had he just not gotten ahead of himself? This all ultimately stemmed from his own personality. Nothing ever entered his sights. Nothing ever caught his attention. The only exception to this was Aina, and other than knowing that he appreciated her demeanor, Lionel couldn't quite explain his infatuation either. He only knew it existed. But what right did he have to have such a disposition if those things he always put beneath his notice always became roadblocks he could only rely on luck to surpass? What right did he have to be arrogant? His father always said the 2 most important things in life were respect and persistence. But had he ever truly engraved these words into his heart? Or had he only ever taken them perfunctorily? How could he claim to have respect and persistence in all things if he was constantly placing himself above everything? Lionel suddenly thought of the kind eyes of the snowy star owl. Such a beautiful, majestic creature. To it, he was nothing more than an ant. Yet, it looked toward him with such fondness and love. Never again. Lionel's heart thrummed. He didn't mean that he would never make a mistake again. If he dared to think such a thing, wouldn't he have learned nothing? This would just be the same conceit packaged in a different way. Rather, he was acknowledging that his character needed to be tempered. This feeling of shame, he didn't want to feel it again. Wong, a bright golden glow shot from Lionel's eyes. He inadvertently sunk into a state of contemplation. He was so lost in his own thoughts that he didn't even notice his spirit improving by leaps and bounds. Chapter 184. Within Lionel's ethereal glabella, a striking change was occurring. In the beginning, it had been a world of white fog. It could be said that the only tangible existences within it were the 2 white stars hanging in the air. However, now, everything began to slowly change. After comprehending spear force and light elemental force, 2 new objects appeared in Lionel's ethereal glabella. The first was a 12-sided star. It was very small, barely being about a foot in diameter, but it glowed with a resplendent light. The second was a transparent spear soul. It had a fuzzy body one had to squint to make out, and its blade seemed very dull. But it still gave off a bit of the sharpness one would expect from a spear. At that moment, however, a violent trembling took hold of the world. First, the 12-sided star began to vibrate. With each tremor, it grew a fold in size. After several moments, its size even dwarfed the round white stars in the sky to the point that they even began to orbit about it. Wong, 1. The moment that transformation was complete, the white fog of the realm began to recede. No, it was inaccurate to say that it was receding and far better to say that it was being compressed. The more the fog was compressed, the less white it seemed, and the more golden it became. It wasn't just the white fog itself, but even the stars of the dimensional cleanse technique seemed to be gaining tinges of gold along their fiery surfaces. Spirit 2, 32 as Spirit 3, 00, Spirit 3, 89, Spirit 5, 23, Lionel Spirit didn't stop growing until it rammed up against the 6, 0, 0 barrier, stopping just shy of it 5, 98. One had to remember that Lionel's stats had always been arbitrary. For example, he always set his force stat at 0, 10 per force node he had, then statted out everyone else accordingly. His physical stats were somewhat less arbitrary, but still only based on estimations. However, his spirit stat was just like his force stat and completely based on his own prowess. As a result of this, a number like 5, 98 was hard to put into perspective. However, due to his sudden awakening, Lionel had gained memories that seemed to both have always been his, yet were somehow new at the same time. Thanks to this, he came to understand something. Spirit between 0, 01, and 3, 00 could be considered to be within the fourth dimensional realms. Having just 0, 01, and even 0, 001 was enough to represent the awakening of internal sight. Anyone who could do this was able to cultivate a force node creation technique. So what did this mean? Spirit between 3, 01, and 6, 00 could be considered to be within the fifth dimension. The numbers weren't pretty since Lionel had formulated the system on his own, but this was already enough to shock one completely. Lionel still couldn't be considered to have formed a fourth dimensional body yet. He would need to perfect the part of dimensional cleanse he had first before he could do that. Yet, despite this, his spirit had already crossed into the fifth dimension and even seemed a hair's breadth from the sixth. It was simply inconceivable. Spirit wasn't like physical stats. Those kind of stats would need a massive increase before undergoing a qualitative change. But spirit was so hard to gain in the first place. Lionel had never even met a person aside from himself that was even close to the 1, 0 barrier, let alone approaching the 6, 0 barrier like him. The difference was too striking. Lionel's eyes flashed open, a beam shooting out from within them against his will. It was a long while before his eyes dimmed from a bright green back down to its usual pale ivory color. A slow breath left his lips. His mind felt so fresh and clear, yet he didn't have the self-satisfied attitude one would expect. He knew well that this improvement was all in thanks to a lineage factor he didn't earn himself. What use was there in being proud? He had made such a big show of wanting to comprehend his lineage factors on his own, but hadn't he relied on his talent in the end anyway? But the current Lionel wasn't the same Lionel of the past. He wouldn't allow such things to hold him back. He wouldn't completely rely on his talent, but there was no need to directly ignore it either. There was no need for him to be hypocrite, on one hand ignoring the God-given gifts he had been handed, and on the other, still relying on them to escape dangerous situations by a hair. He didn't want to be that kind of person. What stage is my ability at now? Lionel asked. Ping, evolution stage. Elite Tier 9 bronze. Lionel sucked in a cold breath. It seemed his conjecture was correct. His ability and his spirit work in a feedback loop. If he could use dimensional cleanse to nurture his ability and by extension raise his spirit, then raising his spirit should by extension increase his abilities cap. Lionel's aura blossomed with confidence. However, this wasn't a confidence born of arrogance, but rather a confidence born of ability, a striking difference to the version of himself just a day ago. Lionel looked toward his injured left hand. He had just unlocked the first wisdom branch of his snowy star owl lineage factor. It was known as Northern 12 Stars, according to the memories that had appeared in his mind. If he wanted a chance to heal his left hand quickly, he would need to awaken the first healing branch. However, after a moment of thought, he directly decided against this. His mind seemed to be working on a different gear entirely. He immediately thought of several possible solutions and disregarded all but the best. Of the pseudo and true fourth-dimensional plants I collected earlier, list all those that have healing properties and tell me about all of their effects. Ping. Chapter 185. At that moment, within the southern lookout, Old Hutch could actually be found within his office. Or, more accurately, the office he had snatched from the previous Supreme. Though he was here, it seemed he was only so physically. By the way he put his wrinkled feet up and was snoring away with a box of pizza sliding around his chest, he most definitely wasn't here mentally. Bang! At that moment, a young lady slammed her small palm on the table, causing it to directly split in two. She couldn't have been more than 16 or 17 years old, but she didn't give Old Hutch the slightest bit of face as she startled him awake. Damn perverted old man. You called us here for something urgent, yet you're sleeping without a care in the world? To the young lad's side, there was a quiet young man who was seemingly used to all of this. He kicked at one of the falling wooden pieces of the once whole desk, just barely allowing it to catch a piece of falling pizza before it stained the expensive carpets. Old Hutch and the young lady looked toward the young man. Clean freak. They snapped as one, causing the young man to roll his eyes. Why did you call us here, old man? The young man asked. S.O., why did I call you here? I forget. Old Hutch smacked his lips. Who knows what he was dreaming about for his eyes to be so misty? Damn old pervert. The young woman spit out through gritted teeth. Oh, that's right. There's a force eruption on the B Sector Project Hunt Island. Go help them out. The brows of the two youths furrowed. Just the two of us? Are you crazy? The young woman snapped. What? Aren't you supposed to be geniuses? Don't joke around, old man. The young man's frown deepened. We're supposed to be getting ready for the SS grade zone. If we get injured in a beast tide, how will we go? I'm sure we got plenty of healing type ability users in this place. Old Hutch said lazily. Judging by the look of the young man and woman, they wanted nothing more than to tear Old Hutch apart. But they knew they weren't a match for this old man. Causing him to lose a small bit of face every so often was the best they could do. Fine. Things aren't so simple as they seem. I received an intelligence report a while ago that the Brazinger clan is involved. Weeks ago, and you still let those kids go? This time, it was the young man and Old Hutch's turn to look at the young lady weirdly. Her 18th birthday was still a couple months away. Many of those kids she was talking about were older than she was. The young lady, though, didn't seem to notice their weird gazes and kept glaring at Old Hutch. They needed to be tempered a bit, Old Hutch said with a yawn. Plus, I thought it would be a while more until the force eruption occurred. Those Brazinger family brats probably got caught off guard as well, or else they wouldn't have come either. Fine, but that still doesn't explain why you're only sending the two of us. Those hidden families like to find excuses to bend the rules all the time. If I send someone better, they'll move in under the guise of protecting their young brats, then directly take whatever it is they want. This force crystal mine is too good to give to them. Seeing that the two were still frowning, Old Hutch got up and patted their shoulders with a grin on his face. You two don't have much of a choice. The expressions of the two darkened. While you're out there, look out for a brat who goes by Lionel. You three should probably work together to get out of there. Off you go. The two youths looked at each other. That Project Hunt Island was one of the weaker ones. It could only be considered somewhat special due to the fact it had a force crystal mine. But since the Slayer Legion was waiting for it to mature, they still hadn't touched it. As for them, they obviously went to Project Hunt Islands with greater challenges. They felt no need to waste time on this island. But this said, they weren't blindly arrogant. If they were, why would they feel so apprehensive about going to an island with an ongoing force eruption? They knew exactly how dangerous such a thing would be. If they blindly went, they'd be asking for death. Of course, this didn't mean they weren't confident. They both believed that if they were cautious, no harm would come to them. It was just that it would be impossible to save the 80 or so youths that went with just the two of them alone. This was all to say that they were a bit baffled that old Hutch would be talking about this Lionel as though he was their equal. If he was, wouldn't he be rubbing elbows with them? Why would he be over there? Don't underestimate that kid. He's quite arrogant and awakened light elemental force. The two youths finally raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Light elemental force? That was exceptionally rare. At least, there was no one in their Slayer Legion with such an ability. From what they knew, there was only that person currently in the capital with it. Either way, you'll be entering the SS grade zone with that brat soon. So, you might as well get used to teaming up. This time, old Hutch didn't play any games. If this was just a normal encounter, he might have tricked these two into hating Lionel first. But at a time like this, even he couldn't be careless. It would really be a pity if those youths all died. But there was something even more important to grasp from this. Old Hutch was still willing to risk these lives just so that the Brazinger clan wouldn't have an excuse to claim the Force Crystal Mine. Young Lord, we've completely lost track of Jian and Quinn. Should we check the tunnels they were assigned? Simeon's brow furrowed deeply. If they wasted time doing this, they would lose at least a few more days. But what if they didn't, and the reason the two disappeared or died was as a result of encountering the Force eruption? In that case, wouldn't they be missing out? Just when Simeon was about to make a decision, another group suddenly converged on them. Of course, they were also part of the Brazinger family. Young Lord, we have good news. A man with red hair and eyes, similar to the rest of them, stepped forward with a happy expression. You found the Force Crystal Mine. Simeon's eyes brightened, already forgetting about the disappearance of his two subordinates. Who cared if they died if the mine was found? We can't be certain, but we have found something good. The man quickly explained, not willing to allow Simeon to become disappointed. We found a passage out of the hive, as Simeon frowned. He had already felt unhappy when the answer was no. Now this fool was telling him about a passage out of the hive? There were hundreds of those. If it wasn't for this, how would they have so many tunnels to explore? No. Sorry, young lord. I'm a fool who's terrible with words. What I mean is that this passage out of the hive leads to the valleys. We stepped out and found that the force concentration was many times higher there. It's possible that there's a more direct path to the mine through the valleys. It was only after hearing this that Simeon's expression brightened once more. They had tried many ways to descend the valleys, but they all ended in failure. A few of his subordinates had even died in the attempt. If there was another path, this was perfect. The likelihood that there was a direct path to mine through the valleys was exceptionally high, especially since it was theorized that the valleys themselves were caused by the mine to begin with. Excellent. Lead the way. Chapter 186. Lionel looked at his left hand, flexing it slowly and testing each of his fingers one by one. It's a little weaker than it has been in the past. It will probably take me a few weeks to recover completely back to the Advanced Grade 1 designation. For now, they'll have to do with Grade 1 designation. There have been plans among the few Lionel took out that could return him back to the Advanced Grade 1 designation immediately, but they all had lingering side effects. The only way to perfectly recover so quickly, in the case of such low-level herbs, anyway, was by drawing on his life force. But this was a path with many lingering problems. The herb Lionel chose was actually a pseudo, fourth-dimensional healing type herb known as three-vein mending weed. It was quite a common healing herb and was perfect for a body still within the third dimension, like Lionel's. If he wanted to heal the same injury while he had a fourth-dimensional body, it would take a much stronger herb like four-vein mending weed. Instead of overdrawing his life force, mending weed used its natural force art to nurture flesh wounds and supplement their healing. These natural force arts were drawn directly from the veins that were within their namesake. Their healing abilities were less exaggerated, but due to their way of doing things, the lingering issues were much more acceptable. I have to be careful. Lionel thought seriously. Wounds like his could have easily crippled him for life. Without godly medicine, one's path to grow stronger could easily be completely impeded by a single severe injury. Luckily, The Lionel of now felt that he was far steadier than he had been in the past. Though it couldn't be said that he had completely changed, he at least felt that he was on the right path now. He hopefully wouldn't make such rash decisions again. I still can't believe it took me 2 days to complete a dream sculpt of the 3-vein mending weed S. When Lionel learned the secrets of the mending weed, he had been very interested in its natural force arts. But he could have never expected that even with the evolution of his ability and the fact his spirit had entered the peak of the 5th dimension, that it would still take him so long to perfectly copy it. One had to remember that it only took him about a day to dream sculpt Jones' flagpole. That treasure could only be counted as being within the 3rd dimension, but Lionel's spirit was just at the beginning stages of the 4th dimension back then. But now his soul was in the 5th dimension, and this 3-vein mending weed was in the 3rd, but it still took him 2 days. This experience taught Lionel something very important. Natural force arts were not a joke. If he really thought it would be so simple to speed up the maturation of the force crystal core, he was sorely mistaken. Toward such a conclusion, Lionel could only smile bitterly. Just how naive had he been? He struggled so much to etch a 3rd-dimensional natural force art into his memories, but the force crystal core was now trying to complete a 4th-dimensional natural force art. How could these things even be compared? I need more strength. Lionel no longer felt the need to rush. He would go at his own pace. Rushing everything and being headstrong was how he constantly got into trouble. He knew that the little mink would wake up just one more day and a bit. He also knew that it was very likely Simeon might find the force crystal mine any time now. But if he was always rashly doing things, wouldn't he just be rushing himself to death? Only by being steady in his every step and earning his conceit and arrogance would he be able to safely weather this storm. Even though this was Lionel's new mind state, he wouldn't just waste 2 days as he had just done without reason. Everything needed to be done in moderation. The reason he saw fit to waste these 2 days was precisely so that he could have a better understanding of what he was facing. Now, he was aware of just how domineering natural force arts were. By his estimation, compared to force arts created by humans, they were a dimensional tier higher. In that case, Lionel knew that what he needed to do now was grow more powerful. So what should I do? For my force nodes? Or comprehend my metal synergy lineage factor? After a moment of calculation, Lionel landed on the second option. His thoughts now were incomparably quick. Compared to before, he could complete the same train of thought that might have taken him an hour before in just a few moments. Lionel sunk into a state of contemplation. Compared to the past, his ability to see through his lineage factors with the help of his soul force was several levels more potent. It wasn't long before he sensed the last dormant lineage factor within his blood. Before, it was only a vague feeling he had to meditate on for several days. But now, he could practically see their visualizations. It looked like several shackles binding tightly to his blood vessels. Lionel could see it all, as though several small and intricate natural force arts were floating around his body. He could easily follow them all. It was as though he had shrunk and entered his body, following the paths his blood flowed through. Lionel got lost in the feeling. He had almost completely forgotten that he was here to unlock these shackles, not observe them. But his body felt like a universe unto itself. Its depth and complexity seemed to be no less. It was mesmerizing. As before Lionel realized what was happening, he had followed his blood into his kidneys, passively observing as the crimson liquid went through a cycle of purification. No, it couldn't be said to be crimson. His blood seemed to carry a tinge of holiness from his snowy star owl lineage factor. The cycle of purification left Lionel in another daze. The human body really was a beautiful thing. Everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Suddenly, Lionel startled awake as though his mind had been struck by lightning. My kidneys. Lionel understood why he had never been able to find his 9th node. It was because his 9th was actually his 9th and 10th. Chapter 187. Lionel's breathing quickened slightly. He was absolutely certain. If he managed to form a 9th and 10th node, one for each of his kidneys, the compatibility with his body would reach 100%. Not only that, but the benefits would be immeasurable. If he formed force nodes in his brain, spine, heart, lungs, and kidneys, his control over his body would reach an unprecedented degree. Not only that, but if he controlled the purification process of his blood through his force, wouldn't his ability to comprehend his lineage factors become that much more potent? After a while, Lionel calmed himself. The difficulty of forming a 10th node was an unknown entity to Lionel. He still knew too little. He didn't even know if such a thing was possible. All he did know was that there was a limit to the number of force nodes a body could contain. 9 was the theoretical limit. At the same time, though, was this really an infallible rule? Was it the limit of force nodes decided due to how much force one could handle? But didn't some people have larger force nodes in comparison to others? In that case, were all force nodes really created equal? Lionel's force nodes were constructed with 100 cells. Most people could only form force nodes with 1 or a couple cells at most. In that case, didn't Lionel form their equivalent of dozens of force nodes? In the end, Lionel shook his head. Even though this seemed like sound logic on the surface, he wouldn't act on it just yet. He would definitely hound the dictionary with more questions, but now wasn't the time. It would take time to research whether his plan was feasible, but unlocking his metal synergy lineage factor could be done now. Lionel's aura suddenly became incomparably heavy. Even the chair beneath him snapped and crumbled, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. But he was so focused in his state of meditation that he didn't even notice. His dirty blonde hair began to whip about wildly, flashing with a bright bronze color before dimming once more, only to shimmer with it once again. Lionel could see it clearly. The opening of his metal synergy bloodline, compared to his snowy star owl and spear domain lineage factors, was much more involved. He could see it before him now. Within his blood, there were 5 massive gates. However, compared to the first, the next 4 were too far away. Lionel could tell that no matter how hard he tried, he would never be able to reach those gates, at least not with his current strength. Realizing this, he focused completely on the gate right before him. It was a massive bronze door, covered in shackles that wrapped around it endlessly. This singular door was built with several levels. Like a nesting doll, the smallest door was surrounded by larger and larger doors. There were 9 in total, with the largest door amongst them looming so tall that even when Lionel craned his neck vertically, he couldn't see its peak. Lionel took a step forward. He felt that with every step he took, a greater and greater pressure weighed on him. It was as though this door was doing everything in its power to force him to his knees. Lionel smiled lightly. If it was just a few days ago, his spirit would have directly been blasted out of this place. By then, he would have no choice but to wait for his lineage factor to be awakened naturally. But now, this pressure was still within his ability to withstand. Soon, Lionel's palms were pressed against the doors. Due to his stature compared to the massive doors, he could only touch the smallest. When he pushed, he felt that he could easily open the first, even with the chains on. But he found that the second nested door hardly budged. It was only after he put in some effort that even the third nested door showed signs of movement. So the harder I push, the more likely it is for the larger doors to budge, huh? Lionel had no idea that in the outside world, the colors he was radiating were wildly changing. When he barely opened the first door, his hair radiated a dull bronze color that almost looked like dirty copper. When he pushed hard enough for a reaction to occur in the second door, this muddied bronze became clearer. By the time he elicited a response in the third door, his hair shone like polished brass. It almost felt as though the fine filaments of his hair were no different than refined metal. Interesting, Lionel thought, looking up toward the highest 9th door. Well, since I'm here, I might as well try my best, right? At that moment, a mighty aura radiated out from Lionel's body. Even the segmented cube began to vibrate wildly. Compared to the past, this aura of his seemed several times more indomitable. It seemed that tempering his character had had other effects as well. A mighty roar left Lionel's lips as he pushed. What Lionel didn't know was that while he was straining with his utmost, in a world countless light years across the universe, violent changes were taking place as well. This was the family home of the Morales family. In fact, it was more accurate to call it a family planet, as the entire stretch of space was owned by them and them alone. At that moment, changes were occurring in their ceremonial room. South, this sacred place was incomparably vast. In fact, if one had the mind to pay attention, though this place was located within the main estate of the mortal family, it was somehow larger than even the planet they called home. In the distance, sticks of incense stood taller than even mountains, wafting out a refreshing scent that filled the land with a thin veil of fog. At the base of where these mountainous stick of incense stood, there was an altar that carried several sacred tablets. Those who knew the teachings of the Morales family were aware that each of these tablets carried the names of a generation of Morales family descendants. And at that time, the tablet of the current generation, known as the Nova generation by the family elders, suddenly radiated out a blinding light. At that moment, the several family higher-ups who treated this place as a cultivation holy land suddenly snapped awake. What was going on? A lineage factor awakening? But everyone of the Nova generation had already awoken. Chapter 188. The elders of the Morales family were left speechless, but they all suddenly thought of a possibility. Their gazes met across hundreds of miles. It seemed that even though each was kneeling on a prayer mat all to their own, without a single sign of life even tens of miles around them, it was as though they were right next to each other. A double awakening. Their Morales family was split into two factions. But the history between these two halves of the family was long and tumultuous. In the past, the Morales family also had two halves. However, back then, what divided them was the awakening of the metal synergy lineage factor. The awakening of this bloodline split the family into elites and commoners. Those who awakened it could enter the main branch, while those who failed could only lead the sub-branches of the family. However, this status quo didn't remain like this. Many generations ago, a second lineage factor was birthed within their bloodline. This created not one main branch, but two main branches of the family. Back then, this had been completely astonishing. The rarity of a dual lineage factor clan was unimaginable. And it was precisely this awakening that allowed the Morales clan to surge up from the middle ranges of the seventh dimension to the absolute peak. Still, though the Morales family faced the world as one, there were inevitably disputes between the two factions. The complexities and intricacies of these disputes didn't need to be touched upon for now, but what was important to understand was the difficulty in awakening these two bloodlines. The spear domain lineage factor was the weakest upon awakening. Though it had great potential for growth, it could also very easily remain weak to the point where even some sixth and even fifth-dimensional lineage factors could suppress it. As a result of this, there were comparatively more who touched upon the spear domain lineage factor, and their starting points were all the same. There was no distinguishing these bloodlines until they were given adequate time to grow. Only then would it be possible to understand whose was stronger. But the metal synergy lineage factor was different. Not only was it far more difficult to awaken, it had a far more robust hierarchy system attached to it. One can imagine how this might cause problems. On the one hand, the spear domain lineage factor had amazing growth potential and a high population of evolvers within the Morales clan. On the other, the metal synergy lineage factor was much rarer and comparatively more powerful at the outset. Those who initially grasped the spear domain lineage factor were branch family members who were dissatisfied with their position beneath the main branch, while many of the metal synergy branch were purists of the family. After all, much of the accomplishments of the Morales family was in thanks to this lineage factor. With a family suffering such inner strife, the best way to continue to maintain the balance was was to have many young leaders who carried both lineage factors. Only that way could animosities of the past be slowly ebbed away and the family could be forged into a solid steel plate. Knowing this, it was no wonder the elders were so excited. They would have another double awakened youth from the Nova generation. They had already far surpassed the number from the last generation, but who knew they would still receive another? To put this into perspective, the last generation, the Nebula generation, only had 3 such characters. But if this newly awakened youth was added, the Nova generation would have 8. One had to know that the greatest power of the spear domain lineage factor was its ability to aggregate the abilities of its host to form the greatest spear heritage. This meant that anyone who awakened both within the Morales clan was already predestined to be an elite amongst elites. The metal synergy lineage factor was that powerful. The elders excitedly made their way to the altar one after another. But, despite their excitement, they didn't lose their sense of propriety. This was a sacred land. They had to maintain due composure and respect. One after another, they performed their bows and kowtows, reverently praising their ancestors before closing in on the altar one by one. Our Morales clan is truly blessed. A crooked-toothed elder grinned wildly, hardly able to hold back his happiness. What do you old fogies think? You think this one will open the 9th door as well? The elders stroked their beards in happiness, not even minding the crooked-toothed elder's comments. If they were old fogies, wasn't he doubly and even triply so? Just look at that ugly yellow grin. He really lost face for all 7th-dimensional entities. It really does seem that all the stars are aligning. In the Nebula generation, only one opened the 9th door on their first try. The others could only open it on a second attempt before moving on to the 5th dimension. Yet we have 7 such youngsters already. The elders laughed heartily. Their expressions were filled with familial warmth. Though the tablet was burning too brightly to see which name it was that was causing the change, to them, it didn't matter who it was. Weren't they all part of their Morales family? Ho-ho, those are the clear bronze lights of the 3rd door already. Let's see how far this brat goes. At this moment, Lionel had no idea that his actions were being watched. Though it wasn't exactly like that, and they could only be said to be able to see which door he was attacking, he could never imagine that someone else could monitor what he was doing from countless light years away. The means of the 7th dimension were far beyond his comprehension. However, even if he did know, he wasn't in a state to mind. His heart was as still as a lake. His mind as focused as the pierce of a spear. Huh. He roared in his mind as the 4th door began to move. Flickering bronze patterns began to squirm across his forehead. If one looked closely, it would almost look like Lionel had tattooed a resplendent brass crown onto his head. Chapter 189. The 4th Door. The elders smiled brilliantly. This speed and momentum was excellent. There was a reason the longer one remained awake, the greater potential their lineage factor would have. However, this wasn't a universal truth. At least for more complex bloodlines like this one, there were qualitative changes to look for. Who cared if Lionel spent several days in this state if he only opened up to the 2nd door? Likewise, who cared if he only needed several minutes if he could open a 9th? It could be said that the higher the grade of the lineage factor, the more unique quirks it would have and the less likely it would be to conform to the norm. The metal synergy lineage factor was exactly like this. The lights radiating from the Nova generation's stone tablet began to wiggle with complex runes. Soon, these runes formed a crown not much unlike the crown etched onto Lionel's forehead. It radiated a gorgeous and pure bronze color, the kind that could only be gained after polishing a metal again and again and again. Wong, Lionel's body quaked as even the floor of the lab setting cracked beneath his might. Phase 1 was simply too fragile. Just the aura of his lineage factor alone was enough to cause it to tremble. Luckily, its self-healing properties kicked in. With such a large store of force around it thanks to the force crystal mine, how could it not repair itself quickly? bronze runes began to spread down Lionel's back. They were boxy and straightforward in nature, being carved of straight lines and sharp corners. If one looked closely, it was possible to notice that they followed the pattern of Lionel's force nodes, only appearing where they appeared as though drawing a map of his inner body on his skin. The elders were astonished. This little brat only formed 6 nodes? Which elder is guiding him? A ferocious elder's beard whipped about beneath his fierce breath. One could almost mistake him for a bull. Who allowed such a talent to ruin himself like this? Many of the other elders frowned as well. They didn't reprimand the bullish elder for reacting like this, at all despite this being a sacred land. Which of them didn't know that it was best to awaken one's metal synergy lineage factor after perfecting one's 4th-dimensional foundation? All of the other 7 youths had formed 9 nodes, suppressing the talent of their lineage factor until they could explode forth with all their momentum. Doing so with less would put much more pressure on oneself. Now, all of them could clearly see the patterns stretching down from the crown. With their insight, how could they not tell that Lionel only had 6 nodes? At least the foundation of those 6 nodes is at the peak. With the size of those patterns, this brat definitely used at least 80 cells to form his nodes. The other elders nodded, but this only made them feel that it was even more of a pity. If they found the elder that was leading this brat, they'd definitely beat the former until he cried blood. Who would take responsibility for ruining such a genius? The 6th, the crooked-toothed elder called out. The sharp patterns bloomed across Lionel's body. This time, it no longer remained on his back and instead spread out across his limbs and chest, covering his body in a resplendent bronze that was almost difficult to look directly at. Even sitting, he looked like a Roman god carved of the most exquisite brass. The energy he wafted alone seemed to make the air around him countless times heavier. Lionel breathed heavily, his breath coming out so hot that it left billowing white steam in the air. It was just the 6th door, but it was already so difficult. It also had to be said that he had only opened it a sliver. Who knew how much strength it would take to open it all the way? Every time a pattern was drawn onto his body, it felt as though he was lifting a heavier and heavier weight. With each passing moment, his muscles would snap under the tension. If it wasn't for the resplendent light shrouding his body, it would be possible to see ghastly bruises spreading beneath his skin. Lionel's hands were still pressed against the 1st door, but his strength had influenced the 6th. The 7th and beyond were still looming over him as though taunting him without restraint. A deep-rooted resolution caused Lionel's heart to quake. He roared with all his might, taking a step forward. Bang! The 7th door shuddered, its shackles rattling wildly. The sound of its chains banging about resounded in Lionel's mind, making him feel as though a piercing headache would tear his soul apart. Wong, wong, wong. Lionel's body finally couldn't bear the pressure. His skin splintered and cracked, raining down a torrent of blood that seemed to fuse with the bronze light around his body. The eerie crimson gave him a devilish air, especially as his hair whipped about wildly. At that point, even the abode setting wasn't left unscathed. Roaring black lion, flowing wind, and thunderous clap could only look at one another with apprehension in their eyes. Could it be that this abode treasure couldn't withstand the Force Crystal Core any longer? Within his bloodline world, Lionel stood leaning against the 1st doors, his head hung low. His hair covered his features completely, giving him the disheveled appearance of someone at the end of their rope. As his breathing came out ragged and unharmonious, it seemed that he really might not be able to take a single step more. The expressions of the elders dimmed. They all felt that it was a pity in their hearts as they watched the patterned lights surrounding the tablet wavering. Had this brat of the Nova generation been just a bit more patient, it wouldn't have been a problem to open all 9 doors on the first try. Their lineage factor was special. The difficulty of entering their bloodline world would become progressively more difficult with each entry. Likewise, the opening of their lineage factor shackles would also increase in difficulty. This was why it was so important to open as many as one could on the first try. But some bastard had ruined the future of this prodigy. How could they not lament it in their hearts? Chapter 190. Lionel breathed heavily, his hand still firmly placed on the first door. Was this his limit? The truth was he didn't know the significance of his accomplishment. Something like opening 7 doors on the first attempt was already extremely rare in the Morales family. To put this matter into perspective, there were about 1 billion youths of this current Nova generation. This was how insanely large the Morales family was. Of these billion youths, half would not even awaken a lineage factor at all. Of the remaining half, about 70% would awaken the spear lineage factor, and just about 30% would awaken the metal synergy lineage factor. This meant that there were 150 million youths with the metal synergy lineage factor awakened. Regardless of whether these youths were children born from Morales family women who had been married off to other families or not, they would all be considered as part of the Morales family main branch. Of this 150 million, 90% would only open the first door on their first attempt. Such people would only be able to open a maximum of the second or third door before they were forced to move onto the 5th dimensional barrier. This left 15 million. Of this amount, another 90% would only be able to open the second door on their first attempt. For these people, no matter what they tried, it would be impossible to touch the 4th door, as the 4th represented a qualitative leap. This was because the 4th door was the first marker of the metal synergy runes. This left just 1.5 million. Of this amount, less than 100,000 would ever touch the 4th door. Not even 10,000 would manage to open the 5th, and not even 1,000 would manage to touch the 6th. Finally, there was yet another qualitative leap. In some weaker generations of the Morales clan, there might not be a single person who managed to open the 7th door on the first try. And even in stronger ones, the number would most definitely not exceed 10 by a large margin. So, one can imagine how talented the Nova generation was. Not only was there one who had opened the 9th door on the first try, but there were an entire 7. Someone like Lionel, who could open 7 with just 6 nodes, was completely unheard of. However, his talent was completely overshadowed due to the negligence of a senior. The truth was that what Lionel was aware of was the fact his attempts would only get more and more difficult with each attempt. He wouldn't naively jump into making mistakes like he had in the past. It was just that he had no choice. In this dangerous situation, if he didn't quickly grow stronger, he would only die here. This was the price for his previous mistakes. But Lionel was unwilling. Even though he didn't know the significance of these doors, he simply didn't like having to stop at 7. He didn't even know others were watching him, nor did he know the true significance of the amount of doors he opened, but he just didn't want to stop here. Lionel slowly clenched his fists. His nails scraped along the surface of the first doors. With how sturdy it was, he could only leave a bloody trail. His head tilted up, a resolute gaze flickering as he gazed toward the small opening in the door before him. Then, as though he had been grasped by a tinge of madness, he roared. The elders sighed as a collective, many of them turning away. At this point, they didn't even want to know the name of this youth. They could all only feel that it was a pity. If they knew the name of this youth, they might just feel that it was even more unfortunate. It was easier to avoid heartache if one didn't have a face to attach to it. Sometimes it was easier to ignore tragedies with a large number of casualties as long as you were distant enough from the people affected. I'm going to kill that damn bastard who led this kid astray. The billowing beard of the bullish elder was still frolicking about. His eyes were practically red as he watched Lionel's wavering runic patterns. Wong. It was at that moment that those very runes suddenly turned red. The elders looked over in astonishment. This kid is trying to get himself killed. The crooked-toothed elder's carefree grin had long since disappeared. Now he just looked forward in horror. Those red runes, they had seen them many times before. Youths who weren't satisfied with their results would sometimes have a power that surpassed their means. As a result, they would try to push ahead, but this would only end up damaging themselves. No small number of youths had killed themselves in this way. They all recognized these signs very well. Bloodline deviation. Even if Lionel failed to open all 9 doors on the first try, it was still fine. He might have a chance at a comeback in the future if he worked diligently. After all, this was just the start of his path. But if he died now, it was all for naught. The elders became flustered. Damn it, which planet is this kid from? Contact all of them now and find out which prodigy is breaking through. Immediately stop him. The bullish elder roared out orders to seemingly empty air, but the whole of the planet heard him. His rage caused a mad and immediate scramble that turned the entire 7th dimension into a frenzy. But no matter how they looked, they could have never imagined that Lionel was countless light years away on a small planet called Earth within his bloodline world. Lionel's eyes had turned completely red. He seemed to have lost himself in a trance. All he had eyes for was the expanse of darkness beyond the crack in the doors. His main body in the lab setting had become a rain of blood. The flickering crimson seemed to finally fuse perfectly into the beautiful, resplendent bronze. Instead of tainting it, it felt as though the light had gotten even brighter, creating a new red bronze color that shimmered like both gold and ruby. However, he had no idea that this only brought him a step closer to death. Chapter 191. Lionel could feel his blood seething. It was an exhilarating feeling that made him feel as though he was treading on clouds. He could never think that such ecstasy would cause panic countless galaxies away. How wonderful would it be if I could feel this way for all of eternity? It was a simple thought, innocent even, but it was this very thought that led to the deaths of so many Morales family youths in the past. This feeling, it was like a drug. It was the kind of euphoria one could hardly find in life. Yet it was also the very kind of euphoria that could rend the soul and send one to an early death. The elders of the family could only watch on helplessly as the red lights grew fiercer and fiercer. Even when they saw the signs of the 8th door opening, they no longer felt the same happiness. All they saw was the tragedy of another fallen genius. It could be said that though these elders were aloof and hardly made their presences known, they were filled with familial affection. Even that ungrateful bastard who stole their 2 family heirlooms was still spoken of fondly by the majority of them. After all, he was that singular genius of the Nebula generation they spoke about who managed to open the 9th door on his first attempt. Even though they had 7 more geniuses of this caliber, how could they not feel heartache? They only blamed themselves for not finding this prodigy earlier. Within the lab setting, the changes happening to Lionel shouldn't have been obvious. If it wasn't for the fact his own blood was pooling around his body as though seeking to form its own pool of liquid, it would be hard to tell that anything was happening at all. But at this moment, the instant Lionel touched upon the 8th door, the very same runes that had been etching them onto his skin made their way onto his bones. If his body was sliced open and his skeleton was revealed, it would be possible to see runes of red bronze being carved into them. The sound was especially grating on the ears. It sounded as though a fork was being raked across a steel pot, grinding into it again and again. However, Lionel felt none of this pain. In fact, the longer it went on, the better he felt. It was almost like a release, a spike of dopamine he couldn't get enough of. Many would see pain as an annoyance, but in many ways, pain was the reason one could stay alive. The absence of pain could very easily lead to death. It was a necessary part of life. But Lionel didn't even notice this. Even as his body was falling apart, there was a bloody smile hanging on his face. It would have been quite a sweet smile, the very smile he practiced to show to Aina, yet now it just seemed sad. Within the bloodline world, Lionel's figure looked no different. He had practically become a man of blood, dripping from head to toe as his fists pushed flush against the first door. His eyes continued to gaze through the crack as though the expanse of darkness held his most fervent desire. It was no longer a matter of willpower. Could this even be considered willpower? He loved this feeling. Could doing something that felt so good even require willpower? The crimson light within the Morales family's sacred land had grown overwhelming. It pierced into the skies, growing to a height that almost matched the mountainous stick of incense. The pillar was intertwined with runes of bronze, radiating a beautiful and majestic color. But, to the elders, it looked no different from the send-off of a genius. A prodigy, dead just like this, even without letting the world see his brightness. More and more elders shook their heads to leave. They weren't willing to dampen their moods any longer. Someone else would investigate this matter thoroughly and find all those responsible. This was definitely a capital crime. Whoever was responsible deserved to be executed. Lionel's ragged breaths sounded out. By now, he sounded more like a beast in heat rather than a man near the end of his life. He felt like he was so close. If pushing open the 8th door felt so good, how good would the 9th door feel? Wouldn't the pleasure drown him? However, at that moment, Lionel suddenly frowned. Why did he feel a nagging itch in his heart? What was this annoying feeling? I have to go to Aina. Yes, he already knew this. Wasn't that why he had to get out of this place? He would have a greater chance at saving Aina if he opened the 9th door. With how powerful this lineage factor was, wouldn't he be able to sweep through terrain with ease? Yes, that was right. All he needed to do was open the 9th door. Respect and persistence in all things. Yes, he already understood this. Why was this running through his mind now? Wasn't he persisting right now? He was trying very hard. It was just that his reward for his persistence felt too good. Was that his fault? Do you really understand what these 2 words mean? His father's smiling visage appeared in his mind. That old man was being annoying as usual, wearing that smug smile as he pushed his glasses up with a finger. Of course, he already understood what those 2 words meant. Do you really? Lionel faltered. Nothing easily gained is worth attaining. Lionel trembled. He thought he had understood this fact as well. Wasn't that why he had been so stubborn previously? It was even to the point he ignored his own talent and tried to comprehend his lineage factors on his own. Wasn't that what his father had meant by persistence? But why did he feel like that understanding was so shallow? It was shallow to the point even he had abandoned those thoughts, realizing that it was his own haughtiness that brought him to this point. The voice in his mind didn't speak again, but Lionel found that the doors he was pushing up against suddenly forced him to slide back. It was as though they were trying to remind him to push back, as though they wanted to remind him just how important opening the 9th door had been to him just a moment ago. Nothing easily gained is worth attaining. Lionel's dull eyes suddenly gained a sharpness. At that moment, a pain the likes of which he had never felt in his life suddenly assaulted him. He raised his head and roared in pain, his cry shaking even the Force crystal mine. Chapter 192. The pain, it was unbearable. Lionel felt as though countless tiny knives were ripping through his skin and bone. He had never experienced such a thing in his life. It could be said that the worst injury he had ever suffered was a few fractures to his ribcage. Even the flesh wound his hands had suffered had been mildly less painful than that. But compared to this, those injuries were akin to an irritating paper cut. At that moment, Lionel had every intention of letting go. It was too painful. If he just let these doors close, everything would be all right. Then, he could take a rest and try again later. That would be fine, right? Lionel hadn't been one to lie to himself. He knew that he wasn't the hardest worker. He also knew that he didn't have the most resolute will. These weren't things one was born with. The reason his father tried to ingrain those 2 values into him time and time again was to remind him the value of growth. He was an 18-year-old boy. He had hardly faced any hardships in his life. Though he lived on a paradise island, he had never truly felt restricted by it. And even though he had lived in such a place, it wasn't as though they were slums. Each paradise island was well tended to and provided for. Expecting him to have the will to trample the heavens and sunder the earth like some anime character was absolutely ridiculous. Let alone having such will. He wasn't even sure what he wanted to do with his life just yet. He was a kid. Though he had some talent, he was ultimately just that, a kid. For a kid like him, such pain was absolutely unbearable. But somehow, whenever he thought of letting go and allowing these doors to slam shut, tears uncontrollably fell from his eyes. Such a thing surprised even himself. He was an emotional person. Though he had been worried about his father when the Paradise Islands fell, he didn't break down back then. When Simeon and the junior Governor Duke decided to fire into the homes of innocents, he hadn't burst into tears. Even when his father mentioned that his mother was still alive, his emotions hardly fluctuated. But there were also many times he did inexplicable things outside the bounds of his calm and cold logic, things even he couldn't explain. He put his life on the line to save the lives of English and Frenchmen he didn't know. He wanted to be with Anna for reasons even he found difficult to put into words. And right now, he really didn't want to let go. These were tears of frustration, pain, and conflict. He could feel the doors making him buckle under their weight. It was as though they were enraged. He had suddenly regained his senses and now wanted to make him pay the greatest price. They wanted nothing more than to shatter him to a pile of bone and flesh. If he took a step back, they might still give him a chance at survival. But if he dared to take another step forward, they would go all out to kill him. Sometimes in life, the different paths people follow can be decided in an instant. That was what people who were pretending to be profound said. Anyway, in reality, things weren't so simple. A single decision couldn't change anything. It was a continuous stream of decisions that would decide the path you would follow. It might take 10 or even 100 correct decisions to take a single step on the path you wanted. Maybe along the way, you might make many incorrect decisions as well. But only by persisting would you eventually become the person you wanted to be. Lionel was just a kid, a boy of barely 18 years old. Up to now, he had already made several incorrect decisions. However, recently, he finally made his first correct one. That was to quell his arrogance and admit that he was wrong. And now, he would make his second. It was quite the pitiful sight. When the world spoke of his exploits in the future, they would never know that an overlord who could overturn the universe with a single palm was once a young boy who had a face filled with tears and snot during his first attempt to release the shackles of his bloodline. Hgh. Lionel took a step forward. He heard the sound of his legs cracking, but the adrenaline rush flowed throughout his body, masking the pain for but a moment. He screamed his throat hoarse. Even he didn't know why he kept going. All he knew was that these damn tears wouldn't stop if he took a step back. That was right. He wasn't crying because of the pain. That was his story, and he was sticking to it. Bang! Wong! 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 Within the sacred land of the Morales family, the elders suddenly snapped their heads back in the direction of the red pillar of light, only to find that the red color was receding to be replaced by a resplendent purple light. It was the kind of beautiful violet that would enchant any woman, yet carried an air of nobility that made one want to prostrate themselves. Even these elders of who knows how many years felt the urge to bow down. Purple light? What's going on? The elders were stunned. They didn't know what this purple light meant. The flagship color of their lineage factor had always been a shimmering bronze. The only exception was during bloodline deviation when it would become red, but that was basically a death sentence. The number of clan members who had survived bloodline deviation in their long history could be counted on one's hands. But violet? This had never happened before. Even the 9 doors of the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th dimensional shackles of their lineage factor didn't carry such a color. They would always be bronze. The only difference was the brightness of their light and their strength. Of course, the fact their bloodline shackles had 5 sets of doors and not 4 like the masses thought was a deeply held secret. Lionel hadn't thought much of it when he saw 5 sets of doors, having no idea how tightly held such a thing was. The 9th door. Suddenly, one of the elders called out in shock. They had been so caught up in the shocking color that they hadn't noticed that the signature of the 9th door had appeared. The first 3 doors was a progressive purification of their bronze color. The 4th door formed the runic crown. The 5th form was the force node runes. The 6th formed the foreskin runes. The 7th formed the force vessel runes. The 8th formed the force bone runes. and the ninth form, was the Force Halo runes. A grand violet-bronze halo appeared above Lionel's head, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. In fact, it was to the point that a hole was blasted through the segmented cube entirely, causing him to almost fall through and directly onto the Force crystal core below. Luckily, a barrier was quickly formed, protecting him from such a tragedy. At that moment, within his bloodline world, Lionel pushed with his last bit of strength, causing the 9 doors to blast apart of their own accord. He hardly noticed the lights of bronze and violet that descended onto him before he fainted. Chapter 193. The elders stood completely stunned. They had no ability to understand what was happening. It wasn't like there had never been anyone who survived bloodline deviation before. However, their number was extremely small. In addition, those who survived would all lose the right to enter their bloodline world again, in addition to losing access to their lineage factor. They would essentially be crippled in that respect. But this was obviously not what was happening here. Everything pointed toward a successful awakening. If it wasn't for the fact there was a royal violet color infused with the usual bronze, these elders would think that Lionel had somehow reversed everything at the final moment. Just what was happening? Those elders who had turned to leave charged back, each of them jostling for position. If before they wanted to know nothing about this youth, they now wanted to know everything. How could they miss out on learning this youth's name? The lights slowly faded, and the hidden tablet began to gradually come into view. The tablet seemed to swallow all the violet bronze lights in the air, converging on a single name at the very bottom of the stone tablet. The bottom? This Brad is so young. The rankings on the Nova Generation tablet, or any ancestral tablet for that matter, wasn't based on standing or rank or anything of the sort. It was purely based on the time you were born. The eldest of the generation would be ranked first, while the youngest would be ranked last. It was only after a certain coming-of-age event that the order would be reshuffled. By then, age would no longer be the deciding factor of rank. But one could imagine how large a tablet that could hold 1 billion names would be. Yet, ironically, ranking last was just as conspicuous as ranking first, especially since Lionel's name stood out so much. Upon awakening the spear domain lineage factor, a name would gain a sharp edge to it that radiated a kingly might. In the universe, there were many weapons factions, but the struggle between the spear and the sword had always been the most violent. Both of them were seen as the king of weapons by their respective wielders, so there would always be clashes between the two. Upon awakening the metal synergy lineage factor, a name would gain a heavy aura and also a bronze sheen to it, standing out from the other stone-carved names. Obviously, upon awakening both, one would gain a fusion of the two. It was already outstanding enough that Lionel's name had both characteristics. After all, there were only 7 others like this. However, even compared to them, he stood out just that level more because in addition to a bronze sheen, his name was also surrounded by a violet aura. Lionel Morales. The crooked-toothed elder muttered. Have any of you heard of this brat? The elders looked at one another for confirmation, but all they found were numerous shaking heads. There were 1 billion youths. How could they know all of them? In truth, with their strength, memorizing the names and faces of 1 billion people was an issue. The issue was whether or not they found such a thing to be worthy of their time. He's this generation's little brother, though. If I remember correctly, the last time a name appeared on the Nova Generation tablet was 18 years ago. The elders sucked in a cold breath. Awakening both lineage factors before 20? Let's look at the Nebula Generation tablet. Hearing this suggestion, the elders all nodded. The timelines in the universe were never linear. The future could influence the past in the same way the past could influence the future. If their son awakened in this fashion, it was possible for the father to gain some benefits as well. In this way, it might be possible to learn who Lionel was through who his father or mother was. However, the elders found no changes on the Nebula Generation tablet. They all looked toward one another with a solemn expression. The only way such an awakening wouldn't influence the previous generation is if the previous generation was already too powerful to cause such a change. But the number strong enough to fall into this category would definitely not number more than 1,000. The issue was if any of these 1,000 had such an outstanding descendant. How could it be possible that they be unaware? As such, there were only two explanations. One possibility was that this person of the Nebula generation purposely withheld this offspring of theirs. If this was the case, the elders couldn't help but shudder. How could there ever be a good reason for doing such a thing? The second possibility was, thinking of this, all the elders had gazes that shone like bright torches. There was only, just when the elders were thinking this, several powerful auras suddenly converged and a mighty voice sounded out from the skies. The violet winds rise north, a soft sigh rang through the sacred lands. Forget the matters of today and don't investigate any longer. The child is not within our lands. A sigh rang out once again. Just as much of a troublemaker as his father, the elders below didn't dare to say much. Even after all the auras disappeared, they only looked at each other once and left silently. Inwardly, they all knew that their second speculation must be correct. Within the segmented cube, Lionel gasped awake just in time to find a last thread of violet bronze light seeping into his body. He smiled bitterly as he looked around. The lab setting was a complete mess. He was shocked to find that there was even a hole beneath where he lay. If it wasn't for some sort of odd energy barrier, he would have fallen right through. However, just when he was feeling depressed, a strong surge of force suddenly swept through the segmented cube. Lionel's eyes lit up. He immediately understood what was happening. The segmented cube had absorbed enough force to enter Phase 2. Chapter 194. Lionel smiled. The evolution didn't take very long at all. In fact, it could be considered to have happened in the blink of an eye. The lab setting doubled in size. But, surprisingly, the outside view of the segmented cube actually shrunk by a size down to a 5-meter radius. In addition, it seemed that its exterior was a level sturdier. At the very least, the force eruption no longer seemed to affect it as much anymore. Lionel didn't have time to slowly figure out what changes occurred. So this time, he directly asked the dictionary. Ping, replying to Seed. Phase 1 of segmented cube provides suspended animation and the black grade soothing water. Phase 2 provides the bronze grade soothing waters and evolution nurturing. Lionel raised an eyebrow. What is evolution nurturing? Ping. Natural treasures within the means of Phase 2 can be nurtured for growth. What is within the means of Phase 2? Ping. And below the 4th dimensional grade. After a few more questions, Lionel came to understand everything. It turned out that he was right to store the ores and herbs he gained within the snow globes. In there, they could be nurtured to slowly grow and produce more of their kind. Though it would still take a long time, it was better than nothing. In addition, according to the dictionary, he found more cores of the same kind. He could place them within the same environment, and they would be able to mutually work together to expedite growth. After knowing this, Lionel immediately separated the snow globes into groups and put like minerals and herbs together. He didn't even have to stand to do this. After entering Phase 2, especially with his powerful spirit, he was able to control most of the matters of the segmented cube with his mind. These ores would become especially important to him in the future, not because of force crafting, but rather because of a special ability of his metal synergy lineage factor. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to explore this right now. Lionel finally tried to push himself up, but what he could have never expected was that he would fall flat on his face an instant later. What the hell? Why am I so heavy? Lionel's expression changed as he swept his spirit over his own body. The change to his stats left him speechless. Lionel Morales, strength 457, speed 0, 87, agility 0, 63, coordination 0, 91, stamina 113 plus 0, 05, nullified, Reactions 203. Spirit 5. 98. Force 0. 60. First, he was stunned that his strength actually more than doubled. But in return, his speed and agility had actually fallen by more than half, not to mention his stamina. On top of that, his coordination, which had once been among his highest stats alongside his spirit, had actually plummeted as well. He immediately understood. His metal synergy lineage factor had actually increased his weight by so much. Now, he wasn't much different from the metal grade invalid he had met all those months ago, having great strength, but even greater limitations to his ability to use it. Lionel didn't panic after realizing this. He didn't believe that such a powerful lineage factor would have such a great weakness. If he was no different from a mere grade invalid, the metal synergy lineage factor wouldn't be worth all the praise and adulation the dictionary gave it. After taking a breath, Lionel used his overwhelming spirit to sweep through the changes in his body. Soon, he found the problem. Though the runes on his skin had already disappeared, that was just a superficial measure. The runes that ran through his blood vessels, and even more importantly his bones, had yet to reseed. After a moment, Lionel felt he could control them and slowly force them into retreat. Soon, the heaviness of his body vanished. He realized that his strength was still great, being above 300, but the reduction to his speed was much less exaggerated. In fact, compared to before, his speed and agility had also increased. Lionel Morales, strength 327, speed 217, agility 264, coordination 201, stamina 498 plus 005 nullified. Reactions 203, spirit 598, force 060. My lineage factor is still in its infant stages. If I was with the Morales family, the moment I completed my awakening, I would immediately start absorbing all sorts of precious ores. But I don't have the luxury to do so right now. There were two main abilities of the metal synergy lineage factor that allowed it to reign supreme. The first was its divine metal absorption ability, and the second was its divine armor deity ability. Lionel believed that the weaknesses in his lineage factor would all be solved by the time he began to practice these two abilities. Lionel was beginning to feel that his stat system was too limited. When he finally had time to relax, he had to think of something better. With that thought, Lionel stood and entered the abode setting. He had to speak to the other three youths. However, he didn't expect the three of them to look at him as though they were seeing some kind of monster. If it wasn't for their masks, their expressions might have been even more exaggerated. Flowing Wind stepped forward, looking Lionel up and down. Handsome. How'd you get more handsome? Flowing Wind looked up at Lionel with a serious expression. The changes in Lionel were simply too exaggerated. Now he stood just over 2 meters tall, crossing the 66 mark. His skin was just as tanned as it had always been, but it seemed smoother and more flawless, even to the point of radiating an incredibly faint bronze light. As though this wasn't enough, his dirty blonde hair had become a bright copper color. It was like his hair had been formed by individual, flexible filaments of the metal, sweeping across his shoulders with an inhuman sheen to it. But the greatest change was to his aura. They all gravitated toward him uncontrollably. As unreserved as Flowing Wind usually was, even she felt somewhat stifled at this moment. At this point, he really did look like some Roman god. Huh? Lionel tilted his head in confusion. He hadn't observed himself in the mirror. Even when he used his spirit to observe his body, it was only the inside of his body. So, he had no idea why their reactions were so exaggerated. That said, he didn't have the time to mind it. I'm confident in bringing us all away now and have a way to mature the Force Crystal Mind Core. Stay put here. I will take us out soon. S with the segmented cube, gaining such a Phase 2 ability, Lionel really could mature the core now. Everything should have been made simple, but the only issue was that the situation outside had changed, leaving Lionel a bit helpless. Thanks to the evolution of the segmented cube, Lionel could even access the situation outside its walls now. First, the little mink had woken up and was even curiously observing the force eruption. If that was all, things would still be fine. But with the increase in his spirit, Lionel could finally see the edges of this vast kilometer-long space clearly. Thanks to that, he noticed several tunnels he hadn't in the past. And one of those tunnels led to a valley a group of people were currently exploring. It wouldn't be long before they found this place. Chapter 195. Lionel dropped down from the segmented cube, a hint of caution in his pale green eyes. But, after a moment, he realized that he was indeed correct. Even without activating his runes, the force eruption only put a minor amount of pressure on him. It was enough for him to feel uncomfortable, as though he was suffering from a stomach ache. However, it was no longer enough to threaten his life. And this was without his using a foreskin. Lionel knew that if he activated his force runes now, even if it was only the crown of the fourth door, this discomfort would vanish completely. However, there was no need to do this, at least not for now. He still wanted to observe the situation. How long will it take to mature the crystal core if the segmented cube used its evolution nurturing ability? Ping, 12 hours, 23 minutes, and 4 seconds. Lionel was pleasantly surprised. Just half a day, but after some thought, he felt that this made sense. The segmented cube was a treasure from a higher dimensional world. In addition, its goal was to evolve the crystal mine into the fourth dimension, not the fifth. As such, how could it not do so with ease? Despite learning this, Lionel didn't have the segmented cube begin so quickly. In fact, it might very well be the force eruption that helped Lionel make it through this. Lionel's spine tingled, causing him to subconsciously turn in a certain direction. This damned little mink. Lionel realized then that his thinking might have been a bit naive. He had almost forgotten that there was another being who could ignore the force eruption as well. At that moment, the little mink was still gliding around the walls of the force geyser. After Lionel's spirit had crossed into the fifth dimension, not only had the range of his internal sight increased explosively, even to the point of being capable of crossing tens of kilometers, but force of the fourth dimension was no longer able to hinder his senses. So, whereas in the past he could hardly see the situation around him in this place, now everything was as clear as day. In fact, it should be said that fifth-dimensional internal sight should be capable of far more than just this. After all, a fifth-dimensional entity acting upon even the fourth dimension was akin to stomping ants, let alone a pseudo-fourth-dimensional world like this one. But unfortunately, Lionel was still limited by the weakness of the rest of his body. Still, in this sort of situation, it was more than enough. I don't think it knows him here, but should I battle it now, or... The little mink might have only been 10 meters from him, but it had no ability to see or sense Lionel. After all, not everyone had spirit as monstrous as him. At that moment, Lionel's senses latched on to a hearty laughter. If he was only relying on his ears, this laughter would have never reached him. After all, there was too much force in the air, making this large space, that should have been a great echo chamber, become insulated from noise. Lionel's lip curled. It seemed that they had finally found this place. Why not make my two enemies fight one another? Outside the force mine, Simeon couldn't hold back his laughter. He was usually a reserved individual who thought of nothing else but his own struggle for power. But at this moment, he was genuinely too happy. Lionel and the other youths had only made it to this place barely a month ago, but he had already been here for much longer, looking for a path to the Force Crystal Mine. He had always known it was here, but it wasn't as though he could ask the Slayer Legion for their map. Unfortunately, he had really met too many struggles. What should have been a quick and easy mission to infuriate the Slayer Legion had become a test of his own mental fortitude. But now it was perfect. Everything was worth it now. In fact, the Force Eruption was also a great help to him. With it, it would be unlikely that the Slayer Legion would send their promising youths here. It was too much of a risk. In addition, they couldn't send anyone of the Elder Generation or else his own backers wouldn't sit idly by. I can steal all your wealth, and you can't say anything about it. How satisfying. After regaining his calm, Simeon's expression once more settled back to his usual haughty air. 7. Take the vanguard. You must last 10 minutes, or of what use are you to me? Yes, young lord. Simeon named all his subordinates by numbers, even though they had their own names. Even the Whereat Lionel had killed before was known as Rat-006, one of his more precious test subjects. However, those who could be called by numbers without prefixes were most definitely the most powerful of his men. After taking the vanguard, Seven's force surged. But he wasn't the only one. 8 men and women stood around Simeon in a protective circle. However, around them, in an even larger encirclement, there were at least 30 other warriors. It was these 30 that also surged with force along with 7. The force coalesced, winding together almost like a living, breathing beast. To the naked eye, it seemed as though nothing at all was happening. However, if one had awakened internal sight, it would truly be something worth witnessing. The force rose up. At first, there was only a vague, cube-like manifestation. But soon, this cube began to break into peaks and valleys. The start of the process was slow, but akin to a ball rolling down a hill, it became faster and faster. Then, it seemed like in the blink of an eye, it all solidified, forming a grandiose palace. No, it was more accurate to say that this was a small replica of a palace, only capable of housing 100 or so people if they all stood as close as possible to one another. At this point, the palace had become corporeal. Like this, even those without internal sight could make out its vague outline. And to those with internal sight, it felt like an air of majesty was crashing down upon them, wanting them to kneel in submission. Simeon and his men huddled together. After their young lord was satisfied, they walked through the path they had found, stepping into the boundless underground world of the Force crystal mine. Simeon felt like he was walking on a cloud. If he knew that Lionel hardly reacted to this world of crystals, he would have shamed him as a country bumpkin. This place was filled with billions of Force crystals. Just how many elites could be raised by this kind of mine? However, Simeon knew that it would be foolish to try and take it all away. This was still the Slayer Legion's territory. His plan wasn't to seek out these little benefits. What he wanted was the Force crystal core. Even though the Force eruption was outside his expectations, he still had methods to deal with it. In addition, he was also excited about the natural treasures that could be birthed in this environment. Force crystal mines were always accompanied by such treasures. He'll retrieve the core first. Then, I can seek out other benefits after it's secured. The group continued to walk forward. Their destination was very easy to spot. After all, a geyser of white that could even be seen with the naked eye was right before them. Lionel watched all of this happen from within the Force geyser, feeling quite helpless. There were such techniques to protect against Force eruptions as well. It truly made his own method seem poor by comparison. In the future, when he gained enough skill to upgrade the dictionary, he would most definitely change this straightforward habit of its go on little mink, help me vent some of my frustration. The moment Lionel had this thought, the little mink had already pounced, causing him no small bit of pleasure. However, his smile slowly faded, giving way to a cold intent. The monocle-wearing bastard definitely needed to die today. The little mink was feeling quite pleased with itself. It had been the first to find this place thanks to its small size and unique abilities. Walls? How could they possibly stop it? It could pass through them with ease. Unexpectedly, its ability was actually triggered to another level upon reaching this place. Now, it was even more formidable than it had been in the past. The only detestable thing was that someone had actually attacked it in its sleep. How despicable. Didn't that person see how adorable it was? How could it stand to attack it? Luckily, it had great abilities, and that despicable person hadn't been able to touch a hair on its noble head, or else how would the world live on without it? The little mink didn't think much about these things. It only knew that if it had gained so many benefits just from being so far away from the Force eruption, how many more benefits would it gain by approaching the center? Something was telling it that there was something very good over there, but there was also something else telling it that it was very dangerous as well. So, it ran around the outside, sometimes on the ground, sometimes gliding through the air, trying to see if it could get a greater sense of what was hidden inside. It could only sigh to itself as it continued to circle the force geyser. It had found such a good playmate. It was a shame that its playmate had disappeared. It couldn't sense its playmate as easily as it had before. The little mink looked up and bared its adorable little teeth. Yep. Someone actually dared come here to snatch its things? Were these the despicable people that attacked it? It was definitely going to teach them a lesson. Chapter 196. The members of the Brazinger family were caught completely off guard. In one instant, they were happily thinking about all of the rewards they would reap on this journey, and in the next, a flash of black light appeared before their palace of force, crashing into it with a loud bang. The little mink rebounded off the shield, confusion coloring its adorable features. It was clear that it hadn't been hurt by the rebound. In fact, this was a benefit of its Shadow World ability. Its body was perpetually existing on two planes, so any attacks it suffered would only be half effective. It could only be said that the little guy had a truly broken ability, and who knows how it had evolved now. Still, that didn't stop the little mink from being shocked. The only thing it had ever been unable to go directly through was the light attacks of its playmate. It didn't think that this illusory palace could also stop it like this. If the Brazinger family people knew what the little mink was thinking, they'd likely be coughing up blood and rage. Though the little mink hadn't managed to cross through their defenses, its actions had caused Seven to directly spit up several mouthfuls of blood. The backlash was so severe that the palace nearly collapsed. If it wasn't for the fact Seven feared what his young lord would do to him if he really let the palace fall, the technique would have collapsed in the first instant. Young lord, this little beast has comprehended a force-strengthening deviation. The four-corner palace formation won't last long. Simeon's expression darkened. This little beast actually dared to ruin its plans like this? Unfortunately, Simeon's ability wasn't beast taming. Beast taming was just a product of him putting his genetic manipulation ability into effect. In order to do this, he needed his victim to be completely restrained, and he also needed time to perform several complex calculations. It was completely impossible for him to take control of this little mink with ease. However, after a few moments of thought, his frown gave way to a smile. A beast that had comprehended a force-strengthening deviation? How valuable was that? Though he had other beasts of his caliber, it was clear that this little mink's force-strengthening deviation wasn't normal. It was very likely of an exceptionally high grade. Lionel watched all of this from a distance, his expression growing solemn. The little bastard actually didn't manage to break it in a single hit. By Lionel's estimations, that charge attack of the little mink carried with it over 300 points of strength. With it concentrated into such a fine point, its power per square inch was a few levels above even the explosions Lionel's quasi-bronze energy shield suffered all those months ago. Yet, his chain necklace almost shattered completely back then. What did this mean? It meant that this technique, a formation technique, as that man referred to it as, was at least on par with his chain necklace. 4-3-2. Go deal with that little mink. Don't let it near the palace formation again. Yes, young lord. 2 women and a man dashed out from the formation. The 2 women were 4 and 2 respectively, while the man was 3. 4 carried a bow and a quiver of arrows. 3 carried a 2-handed sword, and 2 brandished a whip that had a length of over 10 meters. Lionel quickly matched these 3 with the information he had gotten from his interrogation. Simeon's abilities were still limited. For now, he could only provide boosts to physical attributes. Though Rat-006 had a mental ability, he had awakened with it even before he was genetically modified. Thanks to Simeon, the stats of all 3 of these warriors hovered around 300. However, if they undid the genetic locks Simeon placed on them, they would gain a 20% boost to their abilities. After matching the descriptions and weapons together, Lionel understood who they were. For having great telekinesis ability, allowing her to control her arrows within a range of 50 meters. 3 had a great energy type ability, which sharpened his force, essentially giving him the equivalent of a force strengthening deviation. Finally, 2 had an S-grade metal manipulation ability. The links of her whip had small metal veins embedded into it, not only making it far sturdier than a normal whip, but also allowing her deft control over it. That is definitely not the limit of 2's abilities. I need to be careful of her. As an extra measure of caution, Lionel used the dictionary to double-check the information those 2 captives had given him. After confirming their abilities, he nodded. At this moment, the little mink and the 3 had already clashed. Or rather, they had tried to clash, but all the attacks they levied went right through the little mink. The 3 warriors turned serious. 3 took a strong step forward. His internally cultivated force was entirely focused on maintaining the foreskin around him. However, his ability had shot into overdrive, causing the air to whistle around his great sword as he swung toward the little mink. The little mink dodged to the side by a hair's breadth, leaping toward the spine of the sword to run up it. However, in the next instant it cried out and jumped backward, its little paws having been injured. It's weak to force-strengthening deviations, 3 said confidently. With his ability, he could rip out force from the air and sharpen it to magnify his attack. Though the force was too volatile in this place for him to have great control, in some ways, this was also a benefit. If not for this, how could the spine of his blade also be sharp? Hearing his words, the eyes of the 2 women lit up. Wong, Wong. Sharp winds kicked up around 2, while a fiery blaze lit the tips of 4's arrows. Without pause, they launched their next attacks. Yip, yip. The little mink's back arched as its hair stood on end. It bared its little teeth. This time it was truly enraged. Chapter 197. The little mink knew that all this wasn't normal. There were beasts on this island that had force-strengthening deviations as well, but they had still never been able to hurt it. The only explanation was that this place, while restricting the control these 3 had, was also amplifying their strength as well. It wasn't as though the little mink's thoughts were so intricate. It mostly worked on instinct, having the intelligence of a 3-year-old child at best. But what it did know was that if the abilities of its enemies were amplified, so were its. The little mink brandished its small claw, swiping at the air. A scythe of black manifested, tearing through the fearsome momentum. In the blink of an eye, it was already several times larger than the little mink that had cast it out. However, its power had also been spread out just as well. Despite this, the expressions of the 3 warriors still changed. 3 took the vanguard, roaring as he slashed downward. 4 rapidly retreated, and 2 brandished her whip like a cyclone, creating a barrier of sharp winds and clanging metal. The 3 were forced into a furious retreat. Looking toward the enraged little mink, apprehension colored their expressions. That attack had been greatly diluted, yet it still took the 3 of them working together to dispel it. Just what was going on with this little mink? Beasts this powerful shouldn't be on this island. According to the ranking system set out by the Slayer Legion, such a beast could only appear on an A-sector Project Hunt island. Why would it appear on a B-sector island? One had to know that these regulations were tightly controlled. Project Hunt provided a great opportunity, but it could also pose a great threat to Earth as well. They were essentially raising powerful enemies for themselves. So, how could these islands not be tightly monitored? The only explanation for this was either that this little mink had only recently evolved to have this level of strength, or that it was simply too good at escaping. It might very well be both. Realizing this, the 3 grew serious. Though each of them was confident in taking on this little mink alone, they were on a timeline. The young lord had already said he wanted 7 to last for 10 minutes. With how demanding the young lord was, one could deduce that lasting for this period of time was definitely difficult. Now that the formation had actually been damaged, it was likely that he would last for even less time. If that was the case, Seven would have to be swapped out. But Seven's abilities were the most suited to being the core of the formation. In that case, they had to end it as quickly as possible. Four was the first to react. Her body began to morph, her long, slender legs growing in size as large pink wings appeared to her back. Her nose grew in size as well, becoming slightly more hooked in nature as she shot into the skies, brandishing her bow and arrows time and time again, as though she couldn't tire. Three reacted swiftly as well. His body grew 1/2 meter in size, his back becoming somewhat hunched over. Muscles bulged along his arms, and a patch of dense hair burst out from his chest. Two was the last and experienced the least changes. However, if one looked more closely, it was possible to see that her nails had gained a metallic hue and grown about an inch. In addition to this, her pupils grew just a slight bit more narrowed, as though she was a feline prepared to pounce. From 4 to 2, each seemed more human than the last. But it became very clear, very quickly, that this only made them more powerful. Three's speed was completely unlike what had been before. With 4 raining down, flaming arrows from all sides, the paths of retreat the little mink had were completely limited. The little mink dodged time and time again, trying to find an opening to lash out, but its intelligence was still too lacking. It wanted to get rid of the annoying man in front of it, but it would fall into a rage whenever Force shot an arrow at it. Like this, it kept bouncing back and forth between wanting to attack 4 and 3, causing it to end up threatening neither of them. 2 didn't attack at all. It was clear that she was content to observe the situation, stalking her prey. The yips of the little mink filled the space. Even with the noise-nullifying effects of the space, its enraged calls traveled far. It jumped about wildly, sometimes using the ground and even sometimes using the air as a platform. But it seemed to be getting nowhere. In the distance, Lionel couldn't help but sigh. This little bastard is so useless. You gave me all this trouble, yet you can't take down even one of them? Though Lionel was shaking his head, he knew it wasn't because the little guy was weak, but because it didn't know how to use its strength. Usually beasts could make up for their lack of intelligence with strong physiques and large bodies. But the little guy had neither. Lionel suspected that the little guy's ability was great, but it was also highly dependent on how it was used. In Lionel's hands, he would likely be undefeatable of Earth with it. Unfortunately, it wasn't his ability, nor did he have the means to control beasts. The little mink finally couldn't take it anymore. It charged ahead recklessly, its deep black eyes holding a hint of red. Two's gaze narrowed as her forearm flexed. This was exactly what she had been waiting for. Even Simeon's lip curled into a sneer. Don't kill it. It will have its uses. Two nodded in acknowledgement, but her whip had already pierced forward. It shot out like an arrow, leaving a streak of black and silver in the air. However, the little mink's burst of speed was out of all of their expectations. It appeared before 3, baring its teeth. Its hair stood on end as though trying to make itself seem far bigger than it was. 3, though caught off guard, was still a veteran of many battles. He sunk into a practiced stance, using this momentum to slide a small distance away. Knowing that his sword was too large to be used at such a close distance, his left hand dropped from the hilt and pulled a knife from his hip, slashing out toward the little mink. However, what he couldn't have expected was for the little mink to completely vanish. Seeing such a scene, Lionel finally grinned. He was wondering why this little guy hadn't used this ability yet. It used it all the time against him. He almost felt like the little mink was playing favorites. The knife slash completely missed. 3's eyes widened in horror, but it was already too late. The little mink's claws tore his foreskin to pieces, tearing out a piece of his neck. Unfortunately for the little mink, 2's whip also arrived at that time. With her metal control, she could adjust her strike even while it was in the air. How could she not react appropriately? Bang! The little mink was sent flying, its torso completely ripped through, leaking out a black, foggy aura along with dripping crimson blood. Chapter 198. Lionel sighed. Though he hated the little mink for annoying him for so long, he still couldn't feel happy seeing it end like this. The truth was that the little mink wasn't just annoying him. The little guy had almost driven him to his death many times. Whatever, it's best it dies like this. It's too great a variable. Go and collect it. Simeon's voice rang out. We're running out of time. When Lionel heard this, his expression changed. It wasn't because Simeon was so uncaring about the death of 3, but rather because he had forgotten to consider what would happen if Simeon took control of the little mink like he had done all the other king beasts currently protecting the hive. Lionel had no doubt that the outside world was currently in chaos right now. The beasts from the ocean had most definitely long since charged onto the island. Maybe the only reason they had yet to cause changes in the hive, even after so long, was precisely because of the beast kings under Simeon's control. Simeon was already so powerful. If he gained a subordinate like the little mink, it would really be over. If I had known it was so weak to force strengthening deviations, I could have killed it a long time ago. Damn it, the recklessness of his past was really coming back to bite him. Back then, he had used harpoons to target the little mink and not light elemental force. Had he used the latter, he probably wouldn't even have to worry about it. Lionel knew about Simeon's ability, but he didn't know anything about exactly how it worked. He didn't know how long it would take for Simeon to take control of the little mink. If it was instant, or even if it was just a few minutes, Lionel would be in trouble. 5, one of Simeon's subordinates, had engraved healing ability. It was quite possible that if Simeon could take control of the little mink, Lionel would be in a world of trouble. Even after all this, you're still giving me problems. Without another choice, Lionel grit his teeth and rushed out of the force geyser. At the very least, he had to kill the little mink before it could be of any use to Simeon. Or he just had to defeat them before Simeon had the chance to get his hands on the little guy. It could be said that the very last thing the Brazinger family members could have ever expected was for another person to suddenly come rushing out of the force eruption. Simeon was especially shocked. He didn't immediately recognize Lionel because the changes in him were too striking. Plus, the last time he had seen Lionel was only for a brief moment in the Governor Duke's residence. And back then, Lionel had had a tired and disheveled appearance, nothing like the valiant aura he was giving off now. The true reason Simeon was shocked wasn't because he recognized Lionel, but rather because he knew more about force eruptions than Lionel had just a few days ago. Charging out a force eruption like that should have been impossible, unless retreat. He's very powerful. Simeon immediately took command. He knew he couldn't be laid back any longer. At this moment, his true disposition took the lead, causing Lionel to raise an eyebrow. It seemed he had underestimated Simeon a bit. However, that was all. He knew that Simeon was on a time crunch. But, unlike Simeon, he didn't have to worry about the force eruption at all. A spear appeared in Lionel's hand as he leapt into the air. He didn't want to make it obvious that his target was the little mink. After all, the 3 warriors were much closer to the little beast than he was. If he made his target obvious, they might first retreat with the little mink. However, if he targeted 4 first, it was a different matter entirely. The expression of 4 changed. So fast. Not only had Lionel awakened the wisdom branch of his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor, but this had caused an indirect boost to his control over the light element. Though he should still be at the first stage, there was still a 10% boost over his previous speed. By the time 4 realized that she just might die, Lionel had already appeared before her. She couldn't help but shudder when she looked into Lionel's eyes. There was a cold, calculating glint within them, as though he didn't care about how many lives he reaped. In reality, this wasn't the case. Lionel was inherently a person who didn't like to kill. However, he no longer let it rule his mind. As a result, he could focus on the battle entirely. This cold look in his eyes wasn't indifference, but rather was the state he entered when he activated his ability. His thoughts whirred past at impossible speeds. The world became a series of numbers, angles, and probabilities. The entire battlefield was reflected in his mind, becoming no different from his chessboard. Lionel's treasure shoes glowed green as he shot forward, reaching an even higher level of speed. His spear pierced through the air, appearing before Four's throat. How could Four even defend? She was an archer, even though her close combat skills were also not bad. What could she do to Lionel? PCHU4's eyes widened in horror, looking toward the spear piercing through her throat and spine as though she still couldn't believe it. Even as her eyes dulled, she still couldn't. Why didn't I fly away? These were the last thoughts she had. Her shock hadn't come from Lionel's speed or his power, but rather the fact she really hadn't thought of something so simple. How laughable, a veteran of battle like her, dying in such a way. By this point, Tu had also reacted. She completely forgot about the little mink. What did it matter if there was another enemy right before her? But what happened next shocked her even more. Instead of dodging her whip, Lionel actually reached out a hand to snatch it. Tu thought he had lost his mind, but also inwardly sneered. Was her whip really so simple to catch? Even a normal horse whip could lacerate a human skin. In addition, she had already assumed that the light beneath Lionel's feet was related to his ability, so he couldn't also have a defensive ability, right? But reality was cruel. Beautiful bronze runes covered Lionel's hands and forearms as he snatched the whip out of the air. A stinging pain assaulted his senses, yet, other than reddening a bit, his skin wasn't affected in the least. With a single pull, Tu was sent flying toward him. She really hadn't believed that such a thing would ever happen. However, she didn't panic like Four had. The whip around Lionel's arm snaked forward, trying to wrap around him entirely. After all, Tu's ability was metal control. Wasn't Lionel looking down on her too much trying to do this? Tu snorted as she allowed Lionel to pull her through the air. She could almost see the sight of Lionel being strangled to death by her whip. But once again, reality was cruel. Trying to control metals in the presence of a Morales family heir? That was a bit too naive. Tu felt that the loving connection she had always had with metal suddenly disappear, as though it had been cut off by some cruel and callous person. By the time she realized the situation wasn't good, Lionel had already pulled her to within 3 meters. In fact, his spear was surging toward her forehead without the slightest bit of mercy. It wasn't fair. She had too many other abilities. She still had the needles she always kept around her hips and the armor that always protected her torso. Yet it all seemed useless. A moment of overconfidence ended her life. Plus, even if she had time, could she control her needles in Lionel's presence? And what use was an armor if his target was her head? Shoo! Tu's eyes dulled, staring at Lionel's spear in the same shocked manner Four had. Chapter 199. Lionel landed heavily on the ground, a long breath leaving his lips. His body felt good. He couldn't explain it with any other words. He just felt free and much better than he had ever before. He sent a glance toward the little mink who was currently lying in a pool of its own blood. Forget it. It can't do anything to me in that state anyway. Consider this payback for all the hell you put me through. Whether you live or die is up to yourself. Lionel shook his head. It seemed he was still a bit too soft. But he excused himself of this folly by remembering that Simeon was standing right before him. This was a much greater enemy. Lionel's gaze turned cold as his eyes met Simeon's through the cracking palace formation. A hardly concealed animosity flickered within him. Simeon frowned. Why did that gaze seem so familiar? Suddenly, a tremble coursed through his body. He had seen that cold gaze before. It was a gaze that pissed him off whenever he thought about it. It's you. If it was anyone else, Simeon's words wouldn't have reached him through the volatile force. But Lionel heard him just fine. Still, he didn't bother to respond, opting for shooting forward instead. Simeon's expression flickered. Retreat. Retreat. One was an exceptionally tall man. He stood beyond normal human limits, reaching 2.5 meters. Yet, instead of seeming slow and lumbering, he had a sharpness to him that made it seem he was the one of normal height, whereas everyone else was too short. He always considered himself to be invincible. At the very least, there shouldn't be more than a handful of people on Earth who could match him in strength, while those families were still forced to stay in hiding. So, when he heard his young lord so decisively order a retreat, he felt dissatisfied. It was like the deaths of 4 and 2 had little to no impact on him. In his eyes, he could kill the two of them just as easily, if not more so. "Young lord, let me handle him," one said confidently. Simeon looked toward one. However, his eyes didn't carry the pleasant surprise one was expecting. Instead, it held a hostile light that made his heart tremble. "This young lord ordered you to retreat. So retreat." One was stunned. Was the situation truly so bad? Simeon couldn't be bothered to care about one's feelings in this moment. One had to remember that the dictionary had broken down Simeon's abilities into 2 lanes: genetic manipulation and reinforced mind, mental capacity several times that of normal individual. Special emphasis on eyesight. Similarly to Lionel, he was able to estimate a person's stats by looking at them. He could immediately grasp that in his current state, there was a high chance that Lionel could suppress and kill one. Though it would take a while, the one commodity he didn't have now was time. In addition, he had noticed the light elemental force that boosted Lionel's speed and the odd runes that coated his hand when he caught Two's whip. Both were anomalies he had no way to account for. All of this didn't even account for the most important matter. Lionel was standing in this environment without the slightest hint of a forced skin. Everything led to just one conclusion. They were greatly disadvantaged in this place. Simeon's heart couldn't help but clench when he thought of a possibility. What if Lionel waited until they approached the force eruption to act? Would they even have a chance? Could it be he's an impulsive fool? Or is there another reason he would make such a clear mistake? If Lionel was just a fool, this was still fine. Such an enemy wasn't one Simeon had to worry about. However, if not, suddenly, Simeon trembled again. He suddenly remembered the disappearance of his 2 lackeys. If Lionel caught them and interrogated them, Simeon turned his gaze toward the little mink corpse and immediately understood everything. However, instead of being relieved that Lionel didn't know how his ability worked, he was instead several levels more apprehensive. This opponent, he had to be killed. Both Simeon and Lionel wanted the death of the other. However, neither had an easy path toward this. Not only was Simeon's evaluation of Lionel now several levels higher, but so was Lionel's evaluation of the former. He had never thought that Simeon would be able to so decisively choose to retreat in the face of so many benefits. Lionel hadn't missed the subtle look Simeon sent toward the little mink. He immediately guessed that there was a better than 80% probability that Simeon had realized the reason he stepped out so quickly when it would have benefited him more to wait. However, Lionel had no intention of letting them leave so easily. He wanted Simeon's life even more than the latter wanted his. Lionel's body flickered forward, appearing before the cracking palace formation. 7 had only just managed to stabilize the formation when the young lord ordered a retreat. In truth, he had been sighing a breath of relief. He knew he definitely wouldn't make it to the 10-minute mark Simeon expected of him. But at this moment, all his hopes were completely shattered. Bang! A sharp light pierced through the protective film. The palace formation crumbled like shattering glass, revealing 7's figure. 7 violently coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Let alone defend against Lionel's coming attack, he could hardly stand on his own 2 feet. However, Simeon had also been prepared. His 8-lensed monocle spun around his left eye, complex calculations sweeping by at blinding speeds. Lionel's path was immediately blocked by several of the lesser guards Simeon had brought. He had already lost 3 numbered warriors. He couldn't afford to lose 7 as well. Simeon had brought over 30 people with him, each of whom were force wielders. Though alone they weren't enough to take a single one of Lionel's strikes. Together they were enough to obstruct him for several moments. Lionel frowned. Should he take it out now? Not even an instant later, he shook his head furiously. He couldn't risk using it against humans, or else his ending would be no better than Jones. Damn it. That little mink really screwed me over this time. Lionel's flashing spear force reaped 3 lives in the blink of an eye, but one group had already picked up 7 and rushed one. To make matters worse, Simeon's retreat had been even faster. Simeon stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He seemed to be standing on nothing, shuttling through the air like a flying god as he retreated. But Lionel knew that this was just SAXS air solidification ability. Lionel's eyes narrowed, but he didn't continue to chase. He knew what kind of support Simeon had outside. At this point, he could only blame the fact Simeon was far more intelligent and cautious than he had given him credit for. Lionel didn't know if even he could retreat so decisively. Simeon had already called for retreat the instant Lionel charged out from the force geyser. The importance Lionel placed on Simeon rose several levels higher. However, Lionel didn't feel down. He didn't believe that Simeon would leave this island so easily. He would most definitely surround the hive in a death trap. Lionel's lip curled into a sneer. While you wait patiently for me, you'll be reaping all of these rewards. While Lionel was thinking this, Simeon's line of thinking wasn't much different. Simeon's red hair fluttered in the wind, his red eyes piercing through the skies. Why not let you gather up all the benefits for me? They'll just take them off your corpse. Chapter 200. You want me an easy opponent? Lionel flipped his palm, causing a pistol to appear in his hand. As Simeon disappeared through the path toward the valley, he fired off several shots. However, these shots weren't for Simeon at all. Rather, they mowed down several of his subordinates. By the time they disappeared completely, the more than 30 number Simeon had come with had shrunk to barely half of that. Though he could see Simeon's furious gaze, Lionel didn't bat an eye. After they truly disappeared, he turned back, entering the force geyser once again. This time, he didn't hold the segmented cube back any longer and directly allowed it to begin speeding up the growth of the force crystal core. After he came out once again, his first instinct was to begin exploring the other tunnels connected to this mine. The tunnel Simeon went through only led to the valley outside, but the others had a high likelihood of having precious natural treasures. However, he stopped when he crossed over the bleeding figure of the little mink once more. At this point, he was left speechless. Wasn't this little guy supposed to be terribly wounded? Why was it that it seemed like it was just taking a nap? Lionel shook his head. He couldn't allow any more variables to occur. So, he coated his hands with light elemental force, scooped up the little mink, and tossed it into one of the segmented cube snow globes. He really didn't know what to do with that little mink. Maybe in the future, when he grew powerful enough to be confident in easily subduing it, he could let it go free. After dealing with these matters, Lionel's smile returned. There were 12 hours until the segmented cube accomplished its task. And this wasn't necessarily a deadline for him either. Lionel grinned. Consider this as a bit of payback, old man. Who asked you to bully me for so long? Lionel wouldn't feel the slightest bit bad about robbing the Slayer Legion blind. Old Hutch could only blame himself. Lionel dashed toward the closest tunnel, having stored numerous snow globes within the spatial bracelet. He followed the tunnel's winding paths, relying on the dictionary to detect precious ores. It wasn't very long before he gained rewards for his efforts. Evolution ore. Herb ore was an important foundational ore and provided the basic network of strength most force crafts needed. Evolution ore worked similarly in that it strengthened ores, but its use was more miraculous. Depending on the ore kind, it could serve all sorts of functions. It could fuse 2 separate ores to create a new ore sharing both characteristics. It could be applied to a single ore and boost its effects compared to others of its ore family. And it could even be used as a catalyst to speed up ore growth. Much like herb or evolution ore was one of a kind. There is only one kind of it, but it was separated into many different stages. The evolution ore Lionel found was Black Evolution Oregon. So, it could provide such effects on any black grade or and below. In translation, this meant any or within the 4th dimension and below. Lionel was happy with this harvest. This vein of evolution had enough essence for 7 pieces. Essence was a unique concept that only applied to certain rare natural treasures. It was a method of calculation. Essentially, for an evolution to achieve its basic effects, it had to have a certain amount of this essence. The reason why this was important was because of the 4th ability of evolution Oregon. If 10 pieces of black evolution were fused together, they could form bronze evolution ore. If 100 pieces of bronze evolution were fused together, they could form silver evolution ore. In order for a piece of to count as one, it had to have enough essence. There were very few things that could combine things of lesser quality to form treasures of higher quality, but evolution was one of them. If I could find more evolution just enough essence for 3 more, I would be able to use a 5th dimension as the foundation for my divine armor. Lionel's eyes lit as though they had caught on fire. The 2 core abilities of his metal synergy lineage factor were divine metal absorption and divine armor deity. The second was the very reason why the Morales family had evolved to become such good force crafters as well as warriors. Divine metal absorption allowed one who had awakened their lineage factor to absorb metals to strengthen themselves. This wasn't a foreign concept. After all, Lionel had been looking for the special vein dimensional cleanse mentioned. That vein would have allowed him to strengthen his force pathways. However, whereas a normal person would only be able to absorb these very special and niche ores, the Morales family wasn't limited by this at all. The special vein, known as force vein and specifically black force vein for Lionel's current needs, could only be considered normal in strength. The only reason it was so sought after was because its special properties allowed normal force cultivators to absorb some of its essence. However, Lionel could absorb much stronger ores and strengthen his force pathways with metals others couldn't even imagine using. This ability was already enough to explain why the Morales family could stand so tall. If someone's body was as strong as metal, was it even possible to harm them? This was completely unlike the great invalid Lionel had met before, because this would also encompass Lionel's inner organs. However, what was most shocking was that this wasn't the Morales family's only earth-shattering ability. It could even be argued that divine armor deity was more exaggerated. As long as one opened the 4th door of the metal synergy lineage factor, it would be possible to absorb metals to strengthen one's self. However, one needed to open the 7th to gain the right to build one's own divine armor. This ability could be considered the fusion of a force crafter and a warrior's dream. It allowed one to forge one's own divine armor and make it a part of one's body. This meant that even without a spatial treasure, one could summon their divine armor to protect their body as they pleased. What made this even more exaggerated than the metal absorption ability was that divine armors allowed a Morales family member who had opened the 7th door the power to share abilities with the ores they formed their divine armor with. If they absorbed a wind elemental vessel, or depending on the quality, they would just as easily gain wind elemental force strengthening deviations. The more exaggerated the abilities of the ore, the more powerful the divine armor would become. Of course, one had to be exceptionally careful with what they chose to make their divine armor out of. After all, it was impossible to be a master of all. If one made their divine armor a hodgepodge of ores with no clear direction, you'll only end up being a jack of all trades without any sort of real power. The reason Lionel was so excited was because opening the 9th door gave him the right to attempt to absorb and use quasi-5th dimensional metals into his divine armor. But his father had left him behind a note that made his thoughts run wild. If he used evolution as the core of his divine armor, it might be possible for him to form a 5th dimensional divine armor while his body was still in the 3rd dimension. After all, one mustn't forget that Lionel was still currently forming his foundations to enter the 4th dimension. Lionel's heartbeat quickened. Though divine armor could easily be discarded and reformed, it was best to pour one's heart and soul into one for each major tier of power. If Lionel managed to have such a good starting position, it wouldn't be necessary for him to discard his divine armor until he entered the fifth dimension. However, he was getting ahead of himself. He still needed to design his armor, and he still hadn't decided what ores he would use either. Plus, just because he found 7 evolution ores here didn't mean he would definitely find another 3. Who knew how long it would take? There was one last problem as well. According to his father, this was all just a theory, even he hadn't tried it out yet. He hadn't had the computational abilities to think of it when he was young, and by the time he realized it was feasible, the evolution ores he needed for his tier of power were simply too rare. Who was to say his old man wasn't screwing him over again? Chapter 201. Lionel carefully put the evolution ore away before moving on to the next source the dictionary had detected. If he simply left things as they were, it would probably take decades for the segmented cube to naturally form the remaining essence he needed. Though Lionel had no idea whether this was considered a long time or not, he still felt that he didn't want to wait it. So he was already hoping against hope that he would find another deposit of evolution Oregon. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Evolution ore was an impossibly rare metal, even more rare than dual elemental metals. Finding a single deposit was already enough luck for a lifetime. However, Lionel wasn't very depressed about this. He was still a poor soul who thought that if he could find it once, he could do it again. But he had no idea just how long it would take him. If he had, he might have cried a few tears already. The current Lionel, though, was still ignorant of his current circumstances. His mind was filled with thoughts and designs for his divine armor. But with every new or deposit he found, his mind would change again, leaving him in an endless storm of thoughts he couldn't extricate himself from. After leaving the evolution or deposit, he found 3 different kinds of fire elemental vessels. One was exceptionally good as the base of short burst treasures. Another was good for maintaining high temperatures for an extended period of time, and the last was a combination of the first 2, though being weaker in both respects. When he left those deposits, Lionel found a wind elemental vein or not long later, and he thought of how cool it might be to combine the 2. If he formed a divine armor with a fire base and wind veins, its multiplicative power would make up for one of his greatest weakness, his attack power. It was a shame. Lionel had what was likely the strongest ability on Earth, but he was still at a disadvantage purely because his was of the sensory type. Toward this, he could only feel helpless, so he thought it might be a good idea to form a divine armor that could make up for this. However, soon after that, Lionel found another wind elemental vessel. Lionel was quite familiar with wind elemental vessels. After all, the first deposit he had found after coming here was the Whispering Breeze Oregon. This wind elemental vessel was known as Fluttering Leaf Oregon. It was exceptionally light to the point it felt as though one was holding onto a piece of foam or a cloud rather than a metal. After finding it, Lionel immediately had a vision of soaring through skies with wings of metal. Following this, he almost completely abandoned the idea of a dual fire-wind divine armor entirely. After all, another one of his weaknesses had always been speed. This was especially so when he fully activated his metal synergy lineage factor. However, even this fantasy didn't last for long. Lionel found another incredibly rare ore. Though it was also an elemental vessel, there were tiers of separation between their rarity and value. Elemental vessel, ores of the fire, wind, earth, and water variety were the most common. Beyond that, there were what were known as unique elemental vessels, and they included the lightning elemental vessel Lionel had just found. Damn, lightning is cool too. This lightning elemental, or was known as Second Strike Lightning Elemental Oregon. It was known by this name because it needed a catalyst to activate. Once it did, it would be able to amplify the result with Second Strike. This lightning elemental, or was especially beloved by Force users who could be classified as mages like the Mayan priest. This was especially so for mages who had lightning affinities lineage factors, and abilities. This was because such people could use this or to speed up their thinking and reaction time, allowing them to finish their casting better. There were many other applications to this or as well, but what Lionel knew was that if he absorbed its properties, due to his lineage factor, he wouldn't need to be a lightning affinity mage at all to gain the same benefits. This is no good. Every idea seems better than the last. Lionel could imagine building a lightning divine armor with this or as the base. Not only would he have great offensive power and speed, but it would also be capable of supporting his ability as well. Would giving him even faster thinking speed be like putting wings on a tiger? Due to all of these ideas and thoughts, an incredibly weird scene began to form. Lionel, who should have been happy with all of his gains, was suddenly grumbling about as though it was a bad thing for so many ores to appear here. If others knew, they might hate him even more than his indomitable persona. As Lionel grumbled, he communicated with little Tali as they began to melt through another wall. Lionel realized that after he awakened his metal synergy lineage factor, his ability to communicate with his familiar reached a new high. In fact, he found that based on their new and improved synergy, Lionel could replicate the effects of someone with a grade designation a substage higher. This meant that even without reaching the superior grade 1 designation, Lionel's skill was actually no less than such a person already. It was no wonder the Morales family chose metal spirits as their ideal familiars. Roar! Bang! Just as Lionel was lost in his thoughts, thinking of new divine armor designs, a loud roar suddenly shook his mind as he was sent flying. He crashed heavily against the opposing tunnel wall, causing all the air to be knocked out of him. If this had been before he awakened, Lionel was certain that he would have broken several bones and even coughed up several mouthfuls of blood from this impact alone. However, maybe the most shocking thing was that this roar hadn't come from a beast that managed to make its way into the hive. It had come from the wall Lionel had just been excavating. Chapter 202. Lionel heavily crashed into the ground, but his eyes never left that faint light beyond the crack in the wall. Domain Ore. Lionel breathed out a hot breath. Normal ores could only contain their special properties within the walls of their bodies. Whether it was elemental vein or vessel ores, there was no way for them to show off their might outside the actual materials they were formed out of. However, domain ores were different. Not only did they have special properties, but it was also able to project those special properties into the outside world. This manifested as an aura that could send even Lionel flying. In truth, the runes of the metal synergy lineage factor also had this effect. Once one opens the 9th door, one would gain the Force Halo runes. These runes manifested a domain that asserted an air of dominance. It was due to releasing a bit of that dominance that Lionel could suppress 2's ability. There were also other applications of it, like forming a gravity domain as well. Though, in Lionel's current state, he wouldn't be able to activate it for long. This domain, or Lionel had stumbled upon, had roared, sending Lionel flying. There was no doubt it was exceptionally powerful. The highest grade or Lionel had found to this point was a Tier 7 Black, or the second strike Oregon, ores like the Evolution, Ore, and the Herb, or were considered unranked. This was already a great boon for Lionel. However, for this, or to be so powerful even through such a small crack, it was at the very least of the Tier 8 Black grade. The other ores couldn't really harm Lionel. As long as he was careful with how high his affinity for metals were, he wouldn't receive any backlash. But clearly, domain ores were different. They were among the most dangerous ores to gather. Lionel took a deep breath and stood, walking toward the crack again. This time, he released his lineage factor fully. He could feel his blood seething as thrown his entire body had been through into a furnace. Beautiful bronze runes appeared across his body, forming a crown on his forehead, and soon, even forming a halo above his head. Gusts of winds kicked up around him as the bright lights of the domain were dimmed. It was as though it sensed a threat looming over it, so it retreated as quickly as it appeared. Lionel was quite shocked by this outcome. He had thought it would be more difficult, but he wasn't complaining. Though he found the violet lights around his body now to be quite beautiful, he didn't think it was out of the norm. At the end of it all, he was still a bit in the dark about such things. Soon, the ore was exposed completely, bearing its full nature for Lionel. As expected, it's a soul-type domain, or Lionel shuddered. If his mind hadn't been reinforced by his snowy star owl lineage factor, he would have suffered far more. This domain, or was another favorite of mages. Lionel didn't know much about that world, truth be told. All he knew was that this was a top-class material for crafting wands and staffs of the like. It could amplify soul force attacks. Lionel had been correct. This was a Tier 8 black grade, or known as Howling Tiger Oregon. It's a shame that it's an attack-type soul domain, or else it would amplify that treasure by several levels. Lionel took a deep breath and carefully put the ore away. He no longer dared to be as absent-minded as he was before. And he also realized now that these gains weren't a joke either. If any of these ores appeared in a knowledgeable world, who knew how many would fight for them? Lionel found it shocking that the Slayer Legion would treat this place so casually. Was it that they didn't know? Or were they that negligent? In the end, Lionel had to admit he had a striking advantage. How many treasures were as good as his dictionary at finding these deposits? But at the same time, he affirmed to himself to keep these gains a secret, even though he didn't feel bad stealing from the Slayer Legion like this. After all, he would be saving so many of their young geniuses very soon. There was no need to tell them anything about it. I've spent a lot of time here. The core should almost be matured. I should head back. Unfortunately, Lionel didn't find any more evolution ores, nor did he find another garden like he had earlier. It seemed that garden was a one-off rarity. As Lionel walked back, he clutched a pound of herb ore in his palm. If one looked closely, it was possible to see the grayish-black or losing luster, as though something of it was being taken away. Of course, this was Lionel using his absorption ability. According to his father, to lay the best foundation, he had to first absorb as much herb ore as he could. He wasn't allowed to absorb any other kinds of ores until his body was saturated with herb essence. Only in this way could his body withstand the formation of a powerful divine armor. Luckily, Lionel had found large deposits of herb ore dotted across this hive. He could even be considered part of the nouveau riche, since it was the world's universal currency. As Lionel was on his way back, he casually paid attention to the dictionary. He hadn't expected to actually detect anything. After all, he had already been through this passage once. He was only making his way back. But, unexpectedly, there was actually a reading. Lionel raised his brows. "Are you crapping out on me? Why didn't you detect it the first time?" Though Lionel thought this to himself, he still made his way to where the dictionary mentioned. But, oddly enough, the signal disappeared. Huh, did it really crap out? Lionel frowned, his internal sight blooming forth and blanketing the general direction. But he sensed nothing. Huh. At that moment, Lionel suddenly felt like his internal sight had been cut off, as though he lost a portion of himself for a moment. It was an incredibly surreal feeling, as though he was standing in two different worlds at the same time. In that very instant, Lionel understood exactly what it was he had found. He was too intelligent, and his foundational knowledge of all things related to force crafting was too profound. After all, he didn't want to lose out to his detestable old man. It was another domain, Oregon, but this one, the Howling Tiger, or couldn't even shine the shoes of Warping Domain or Warping Domain, Oregon. It was a quasi-bronze grade Oregon. However, what truly made it special wasn't its grade, though this alone was enough to make many go crazy. After all, an ore was capable of forming treasures many grades above its own should the force crafter be skilled enough. No, the reason this ore was so valuable was because it was of an exceptionally rare family. Just like Howling Tiger, or was of the soul type, warping, or was of a spatial type, warping, or had the ability to create an independent space. Its defensive abilities were infuriating. It could make a single step feel like an entire mile. If I combine this into my divine armor, Lionel's heartbeat quickened. Chapter 203. Outside the hive, the world could only be described as anarchy. The corpses of beasts filled the islands and oceans, causing the salty winds to carry a grotesque metallic fishy scent with it that made one's heart shudder. As expected, the oceanic creatures had completely lost their minds, rushing for the Project Hunt Island without any sorts of reservations. Unfortunately, many of them were completely unable to do much of anything on land. This truth led to a tragic scene. Many animal carcasses lay near the shore. Large and small fish and once majestic sharks lay dead, rotting in the open air. Beside them, even those creatures that could breathe air like whales, eels, and dolphins found themselves without the ability to move on land, leaving them completely stranded. However, this reality didn't stop them at all. Even now, many were still struggling, madly swinging their tails and fins as they tried to inch just a bit closer to their target. This scene played out all across the island. Most of the creatures fell near the shore, but some managed to travel deeper, causing the dense forest to be littered with corpses. All of this alone was enough to paint the picture of the cruel reality wrought by the force eruption. But things further and were even worse than this. Not all the beasts were stalled by their immobility. Among them, there were still creatures like crabs, lobsters, frogs, and turtles that made their way through. Many of them were freshwater creatures that still somehow managed to make their way to this place, making it all the more obvious just how wide the effects of the force eruption had reached. Beyond them, there were other creatures who normally wouldn't be able to make it this far who managed to awaken abilities that broke past their usual limitations. This resulted in scenes of fish swimming through the air, unwilling to allow anything to stop them from reaching their destination. But reality only grew more cruel. Even when these creatures managed to pass the initial barrier, they were met by yet another. Many creatures died trying to pass over the valleys. They lacked the intelligence of humans and didn't even consider trying to find another path forward, only believing they had to follow their senses toward the dense surge of force. Corpses began to pile up within the valleys as beast after beast fell to their deaths, their agonizing screams being the only marks they left on the world in their final moments. This should have been enough. By now, the number that had died touched the tens of thousands. Many of these beasts didn't have great abilities or power. They only came here seeking out a chance, and they paid for it with their lives. But things still somehow managed to get worse. There was a small percentage of beasts that did manage to make it through. But instead of being rewarded for their efforts, they were met by a legion of beasts left behind by Simeon. Another bloody scene was left. How could those beasts compare to the organized assault of the Beast Kings? They were just a loose pile of sand, sporadically entering the center of the island without a thought other than getting closer to the source of force. Even with the Bear King dead and the Spider King heavily injured, the beasts were slaughtered one after another. At least in the beginning. Though the Beast Horde couldn't compare to the Beast King Legion, what remained true was that there were just too many of them. While each Beast King only had 100 or 2 under their control, the beasts came in tides of a few hundred each time. If it wasn't for the fact the Beast Kings only had to defend one direction thanks to the valleys, and that most of the Beast Horde couldn't compare to the Beast Kings in strength, they would have already been overrun. Even then, after a week of this, the Spider King finally fell to his injuries. A week after that, it was the Tiger King who fell. With each successive death, the protective army grew weaker. The loss of a Beast King also meant that their legions would scatter as well, losing their minds just like the horde of beasts that was attacking them. This is madness. A familiar young girl stood on the branch of a tall tree outside the center of the island, looking forward as though her eyes could pierce through everything. On the opposite side of the same tree, a familiar young man stood as well, shaking his head. I knew that a force eruption could cause a lot of trouble in a low-level world like ours, but I still didn't think it would be this bad. It can't be helped. The beasts haven't fully developed their intelligence yet. The girl mumbled. The higher level the world, the rarer and more valuable force eruptions were. But at the same time, it would come with more intelligent beasts who could think and reason just like humans could. In such cases, would they lose their minds like this and charge ahead without thinking of the overall situation? Of course not. That said, that didn't mean high-level beasts would ignore such events. In fact, it might even be possible for those high-level beasts to take advantage of the less intelligent ones beneath them to clear out all opposition. But still, even in those cases, the scene would be much more controlled. Should we go? If we let any more of those beast kings fall, it'll be even more difficult to want to get them out of that hive. The young man said, "Don't you find it weird that these beasts are just standing there? There has to be a reason that they're the only ones who didn't lose their minds. It might be that one of those promising youths has a beast control ability. If they have a beast control ability, why did they run to the hive instead of charging out of the island? With control over that many, it would have been easy. The only logical conclusion is that these beasts are controlled by the Brazinger family people, so we have to be more cautious." As though confirming her words, the young lattice eyes narrowed as she noticed a young man wearing an odd monocle walking out from one of the tunnels with his hands clasped behind his back. Just by his red hair and eyes, she could tell that this young man was from that family. The beasts immediately reacted to this young man's appearance, taking defensive stances around him. The young woman sighed. Sometimes she hated being right. Suddenly, the situation changed once again, let alone the two old Hutch had sent. Even Simeon looked up with shock evident in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The white geyser of force suddenly concentrated into a fine line. It compressed on itself to the point it became a blinding gold that outshone even the sun hanging high in the skies. Then it exploded, sending a rain of gold in all directions. The raging roars and the bloody battle all suddenly came to an end. In fact, everything, including the young man and woman, Simeon, and even the beasts, sat on the ground, closing their eyes in meditation. For those few moments, it felt as though everything in the world was clear to them. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.